Welcome to Boxing Fans Talk TV. I'm your host, TDT. Look, a sister thought she could sit down and close her eyes for a half a second. I just finished writing an essay and I was like, sit down. And that half a second turned to almost a couple of hours. So I first want to start off by apologizing. And I know I wanted to get through this show because I got plans for tomorrow. And I will be watching the fight this weekend. So I hope you guys join me. That's actually going to be a good card. It's the Danny Garcia show this weekend. So my apologies. Our money, salute. But look, y'all know the drill. My apologies. Apologies. Like, look, y'all know the drill. First, let's turn to. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to Boxing Fans Talk TV. As I said earlier, I'm your host, and I can't apologize enough, you guys. I guess the moral to the story is I'm not no spring chicken anymore. I wrote a simple essay and it wore me out. Lord have mercy. Well, I know now if I'm writing and it's getting close to the afternoon, Monday through Friday, don't sit down and get comfortable. Because a sister girl can be out. That's what happened to me. So my apologies. Like I said, our money is in the building. What's poppin', King? He says salute, Queen. Now, y'all know at the top of my hour, I always do the water check. Water check, water check. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel it's important to drink water. What do I hope to gain out of it? I hope that if I get one person to feel like I feel with drinking water, then I have done a service. I have done right by the people, by myself. It also helps keep me in check too, to put that importance and emphasis on water. So today I drank my usual 10 bottles of water. I mean, we be going through it in here. And you know, your children see you do it. Monkey see, monkey do. Extra O is in the building. What's poppin', King? What's poppin'? He says, salute, Queen. Salute to you. Yeah, water check, water check. Here at Boxing Fans Talk TV, we advocate for 100 ounces of water per day. We know that any adult can drink 128 ounces of water per day. That's a gallon. So we advocate, I don't care what your size is, even though the formula is take your body weight divided by 2, and that's how many ounces of water you drink per day. Regardless of that, we shoot for 100 ounces. You will see a difference. You're going to see that your skin is glowing. You're going to see that it's resilient. You're going to see that it's tightened up. You might even get told that you look so much younger. Drink your water, y'all. 2 times a day. If you're not a big water drinker, that you must drink water first thing in the morning before you get up. Do any kind of routine. Hold them toes hit the ground. Drink you 8 ounces of water. It should be on your nightstand next to your bed. If you think of your body as an engine, the water is the lube. It's helping moving things along. You know what you do first thing in the morning. So drink your water. And then at night, before you lay down for the night, just for the night, before you get in your deep sleep, not looking at TV, not doing something else, drink you 8-ounce glasses of water. The American Heart Association advocates for that. They say it's a good thing. I believe them. It is a good thing. And so is, believe it or not, chewing a baby aspirin every day. Like, who knew? You're not going to hurt yourself. Remember when they came out and say the Bayer aspirins, which I think are German made, something was up with that. But I'm going to tell you, whatever they do with that shit is a good thing. I know people who, like my mom, she used to chew that shit every day. I didn't even know it. But something else good for your heart is chewing a baby aspirin. I don't know what the part about chewing is all about, but chewing one up every day and eating it. When you're young, you might not think it's a big deal, but when you get older, you'll see how important it is, caring for your heart and everything. So drink your water and do all of the things that you heard that was a good thing. At night, you got a lot of reads going on. You got revamping, recharging, rebooting. Also at night, a fun fact, mostly everybody burn between 900 to 1,000 calories at night in their deep sleep. That's more calories than you can burn in a good workout in the gym. There's a good workout in the gym. You'll burn approximately about 150. I know you thought you was burning a lot. You was sweating like a motherfucker, but you only burned about 150. Now, if you went balls to walls like a superior athlete, you probably got 300 calories. But look how many calories you can burn just sleeping in the deep sleep. But this is why you want to drink your water, help things move around and everything. Help things get situated inside the body. So water check, drink your water. It's hot, y'all. Stay hydrated. Extra O said, thanks for the water info, Miss T. Indeed. I say it every day because I'm hoping it becomes second nature to you guys out there. But I hope it stays second nature to me. It's a way of helping myself as well. We're going to do a little housekeeping. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button if you haven't already. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. If you already subscribed, you already locked in. But be sure to hit the like and the share button. I'm asking my humblest voice. And if you're watching me on replay, please like and share. Leave a comment. I am open. I'm an open-minded person. However, I'm still TT. Still TT. So TT believe what she believe. I'm weird that way. But in other words, lean on my leezy when you step into my heezy. Or basically saying, hit the damn like button when you step into my square circle. So, thank you. Now let's get into the topic at hand. Now, like I said, I apologize. I sat down after I was writing and I don't know, I was out. I'm not no spring chicken no more. I just like bloop, gone. And I was like, oh, should I just do it tomorrow? And I was like, nah, because I got something. I'm gonna do something different tomorrow. And by the way, Saturday, I am looking at this fight. You guys are more than welcome to join in the festivities. I'm gonna go online Saturday for that Danny Garcia show. It's gonna be good. I was looking at the press conference today. I was seeing interest. That goddamn Benavidez, he don't know how to have fun. Danny trying to be like, this is the happiest I ever seen Danny. I don't know. He looked real happy. But Benavidez, like, he coming in there like, I must destroy you. Extra O said, all money. All money salute, brother. And so, if you look at the thumbnail, I was like, Keith Thurman, Keith Thurman, like, what, was he the backup plan in case Errol loses? Because a lot of people was talking about why they moved him. I actually waited to talk about this subject because I wanted to hear what Keith had to say. I was going to see if all the interest and everybody talking, was he going to say anything? And as you notice, he been a little quiet. Yeah, open panel every night at Extra O. Every night. After I cook, I'm going to drop the link. It's every night. Most of the time, I drop the link. There are a few times when Miss T get in her rant, and she be just going. Before I look up, it's an hour 35, but like, what? Girl, did you just talk for an hour and 35 minutes? But this ain't gonna be one of them nights. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the link at the minute. Extra O, you can jump in. It ain't gonna be, this ain't long with Keith. It's been talked about. I'm just putting my spin on it. Sometimes when stuff happen, I want to let it play out. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to jump on it right quick and then be like, oh shit, I should have waited. I like to see what people got to say for themselves. Al Money said, damn, happy. That check about the clear. You talking about Danny. And next old laughing. Exactamundo. Yeah. So Keith been still quiet. Y'all ain't gonna get him out of hiding. Y'all ain't gonna get him feeling like he did something wrong. He tried to told y'all so many months ago. He tried to tell y'all. Now let's go over what is known. PBC likes Keith Thurman. Now I'm gonna say what some people probably won't say, because I'm one of them observing motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a bad thing. I tell you guys, I got a history degree. People who got history degrees and political science degrees, I think one of the requirements to having those degrees, you cannot be a person that get mad at the truth or actual history. You have to have a certain temperament, because if you don't, when you studying this shit, it'll set you off. Now I will tell you where I come unglued when it comes to the truth. There's one movie that can get me in my feelings. Now I do like a good crime movie. Y'all don't even want to hear. One day maybe we can all look at some AMC or Turner Network channel and catch one of them old school movies. I love a good crime movie, but I ain't gonna bore y'all. I can't even get my kids to watch that shit with me. But don't worry, as long as I got my mama, we can go down memory lane. But no, a crime movie that can get me out of sorts is Mississippi Burning. I've seen that movie. I pretty much know that movie. I've seen it a couple of times, but that's a movie that I have to put years in between watching. I cannot watch that shit on a regular. And ever since I watched that movie, I'm very careful when I'm watching certain movies that I know that can get to me. That movie gets to me. So no, I can't. That one gets to me. So I don't even know it. See, that's how bad it get to me. It threw my whole train of thought off. I don't even know why I brought the shit up. I'm mad already. God damn. 1001. 1000. The nigga got mad already. I'm ready to cut him off. Oh, I know why I said it. Look, I'm telling you, that movie fucks me up. But anyway, Keith Thurman, and I'm sure my white listeners that are listening, shout outs to you if you're listening, because I know you out there. Um, you're gonna hear me say something that you hardly ever hear people say. But I'm observing that way. Keith Thurman, you guys benefit from the complexion for the protection. He just does. Now Keith Thurman is a black man too. Okay, some of y'all didn't know. I know all of us know. Whoever, some people probably think, is he Latino? Is he Arab? Is he? No, he's a black man. Al Money said I never watched it before. I gotta check it out. Oh, dude, good luck to you. Al Money, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? It was the most. It was one. It's about a true story. That movie is, but it's so accurate. It's close to being accurate. Um, I thank God every day that I just see how money pretty much in my range. I thank God every day that I came a decade after all that shit. Um, but yeah, that's why I say I look at a lot of times my conclusion on things a lot different. These eyes have seen a lot. So yeah, if you then you will get it out. But like I have not even recommend my daughter to watch nothing like that. I my kids to watch like that. It's a hard one. It's one of the hardest movies. It's I think it's another movie out there that I only see. I do not do scary movies. I do not do demonic type. I don't want to see it because when you look at shit, once you open your eyes to stuff, it is true. I can imagine the story very clearly. Um, of Adam and Eve, like my mom used to tell me when I was young. But mom, this cannot be true. That don't even make sense. And she used to say, it's either the truth or it's the greatest story that's ever told. And I mean, if you think about Adam and Eve, she took the apple and she wasn't supposed to. But now they saw things like they saw that they was naked with it, whereas they were always naked, but they didn't think they was naked. Y'all know the story. Once you see something, you can't unsee it. But I think what makes me mad is because I saw in my life the remnants of those notions, those feelings of that group of people. Not that I had to deal with it, but it was still evidently clear in the community, just out there. Yeah, my mom is only 20 years older than me. That's it. 20 years older than me. And she could tell me like even but right before we was born, she was a little bit younger. That she wasn't allowed to look at no white person in the eye, not even a child, a person that was younger than her. And I was like, what? That shit sound crazy. But we grew up around an all black neighborhood, so we were spared some things. Could have been going. That shit didn't change when I was born and little. I was a little kid, but the fact that we grew up around an all black neighborhood, I mean, everybody was black. So that spared us from having to deal with day to day. Extra O said, all our money, you coming on the panel tonight, bro? Yeah. We'll give people, like, people are starting to come in. I'm late, so some people probably missed it. They used to my normal time. I do come on at Monday through Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I did oversleep you guys. It's God's honest truth. And I'm sorry, but I was gonna get in here and do it regardless, and I'll open up. If not, I will I have to just bag this one, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. Um, yeah, baby, bro. I have a 7-year-old and a 1-year-old. They are a lot. I know that's right. So let's get to this Keith Thurman situation. This shit is crazy. Why I say it? Because of unfairness of it all, and putting him in the position that they just put him in. Y'all think about it, about a couple of months, maybe a month or so. I said the same thing for Wilder. I said the same thing for Wilder. And y'all know it's Wilder country over here. I said, how in the hell, much as I love Wilder, did he lose his fight? That's what the records say, right? And he become ranked number 1 WBC. We are tired of the empty suits. We're tired of y'all ass. You guys, them empty suits gonna get boycotted like a motherfucker. We tired of them over there at the sanctioning bodies. We tired of them over there at the promotional companies. You guys are fucking up our sport. You don't care. I made a statement yesterday when we were talking about piracy. I said when you offer a great product, people will buy your shit. When you offer a fugazi product and you playing with the people's emotion, they're gonna roll your ass as best they can. Extra O said, I feel you though on that, bro. Excuse me. That was a good little nap though. Got the good sneeze to come afterwards. Whew. I wonder if it's gonna mess up my sleep for the night. But anyway, the unfairness of it all, putting him up in that position, and you don't hear Keith Thurman saying a word. You ain't gonna catch Keith Thurman saying a word because he part of the agenda. This is why I be telling y'all a lot of stuff like one of the questions I had after the Tim Smith interview so many months ago, I said, wait a minute, hold on, because he shined the light on PBC. He pulled the curtain back. Remember how the Wizard of Oz, that curtain was pulled back? It was just a guy in there pressing buttons and shit. That's what Tim Smith did. And I said, so you mean to tell me that Errol Spence don't know the agenda of the PBC? So he went along with this bullshit. No wonder he out here making a fool of himself, saying the things that he was saying. But people liked him so much. They were fans of his so much that he probably didn't know that they was going to take that bullshit that he be saying and run with it. I'm an 80-20 your ass. I'm a 70-30 your ass. I'm a 60-40 your ass. I'm a 90-10. I get what the fuck I give you. He didn't. I would say by that time, I think he knew, whatever he say, that they could make a mountain out of a molehill. I also think that when he first said, hey, go get you a belt, then come holler at me. People say, that was just Earl talking. Al hadn't got to him yet. Maybe the case. Maybe that was the first and only thing he could think of for the stall tactic to get Terrence up off him. Now, maybe, just maybe, Keith Thurman was Errol Spence so many years ago. Remember, Keith Thurman was giving a stiff arm to Earl. I always say that Keith Thurman, in the beginning, I don't see it as a duck. I see it as he was trying to further his career like Earl and Bud is. He had his agenda of things he wanted, like Earl and Bud. You know what I'm saying? And Keith Thurman couldn't be bothered by people, coming up in the back, lower in the ranks. I mean, that's looking backwards, right? Let's see who's doing that today. Errol Spence and Bud Crawford. Don't you got these young whippersnappers at their heels? Like, gimme. My turn. And what are we saying? Wait your turn, young Thundercat. Wait your turn. So is Earl ducking boots? I don't think so. Is Bud ducking boots? I don't think so. Or Virgil or whoever? I don't think so. I think they have a task at hand that they need to complete for themselves. You don't get that close only to, X yourself right out of it. Which y'all think Keith Thurman was doing so many years? Was he advised by Al Heyman? As we see now, BBC loved them some Keith Thurman. Let's kick the pit. Let's kick the ballistic. Keith Thurman, Bill Santa Cruz, Deontay Wilder, Adrian Broner. These are all people who put PBC on the map. Al gotta have some kind of loyalty for that. He gotta look at how AB talking and shit. They keep giving him chance after chance. Look how well they treated Leo. Deontay Wilder got what he want. And DC stood up. It's like, I don't care what y'all plans. I'm a man. Give me what I want. Pay me and it goes. All of them could do it. But, from what we hear at PBC, how they run their model, yeah, that's their advisor, but he's kind of like a little bit more than advisor. They signed non-disclosure agreements. They locked in. He tells them what to do. It's like they stuck over that motherfucker. Oh, it's AB's birthday. See if I got the birthday song. Remember if I got it. Shout outs to Adrian Brown. I didn't know it was his birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
And God for letting me see another year.
Birthday.
That's what birthdays are. And God for letting me see another year. But I always do. I always pray to God, and you can pray to who you want to pray to. I'm a Christian, so I pray to God and say, thank you for letting me see another year. So happy birthday to Adrian Brown. I hope you get better. Sensory Picture says it's not a duck, only a food with fatten up frogs, the snakes that keep star. Okay. They are stuck. I got their money all tied up. Yeah, I think so, Sensory. I think so. But he do take care of Keith Thurman. He looks out for him. He is certain fighters that he look out for beyond what you would call normal. And it's when I think of AB and Keith Thurman, the pioneers of PBC, they the ones that put PBC on the map. I'm gonna show them some love. You know what I'm saying? When y'all talk about why Keith Thurman asked for $10 million, I think they still owe $10 million from the back fights. Cause y'all know that they pay them a little bit, and then they make them, they keep some of that money or they have them on a payment. If they did AB, I'm sure they did Keith Thurman. So when everybody say he just want to cash out and retire, he probably do. It is probably possible. Nobody ever let this be a factor. Maybe fighting Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, but especially Danny, was more than he could chew. He bit off more than he could chew. I think Danny seriously hurt him in that fight, and it's taking him this long to get over. Now that's saying something. Because you say what you want about Danny Garcia. I'm not no diehard Danny Garcia fan. I like Danny, but Danny hits hard. He hits very hard, and I think he fucked Keith Thurman up for real, for real. I think Keith had some injuries, and Danny made him worse. You know what I'm saying? Spencer said he doing what every pimp does. Buy him at a pretty dress, some nice shoes, but no dope. you give him the stock shit, a couple of chains, a nice little whip, and like you said, a couple of dresses or suits, and that's that's the stock gift bag that you get when you enter the doors of PBC. And yeah, all of them got it. But look at what they just did. Like that costs money. That cost somebody money to put him at the top of the line or make him get above Virgil Ortiz and Bruce Ennis. And that was it's kind of fucked up because it give a new meaning to the word wait your turn. But then think about what they did for Errol Spence recently. They paid Stanley on his step aside money when they could have made that fight with Bud. Whatever money they paid step aside to for Stanionis, whatever money that is, and the promises they made, and the contract that he claims he got with them, they could have made the fight with Bud, and we'd have been past this already. I humbly ask you guys to hit the like, share, and subscribe button, please. Please, please, please. But they didn't. So, is it possible to think now that back then when Earl wanted Keith so bad that they were in his ear, it's like they in Earl's ear? And Keith, because they always have been at the same promotional company. That's why, and people like, well, but Keith doing this, Keith and Earl, I don't see no daylights in between them. I did a video probably about a week or so ago talking about they mirror images of each other just by how they move. We didn't know, most of the public did not know of a Errol Spence until Floyd situation. Like when he had a sparring with Floyd. Now think about it like that too. Up until that point, who have you heard about getting the best of Floyd in sparring? Up until Earl. And Earl was big, and Floyd, I'm sorry, was big time. Y'all know the popularity of Floyd. Floyd bring $1 billion to Vegas. Floyd is that man. Who have you ever heard about somebody getting the best of Floyd before Errol Spence and after Errol Spence? Sometimes I think PBC has always been Floyd's. And Floyd put Al Heyman in just to clean up his mess or just to make sure he don't go overboard, but just Al probably doing it, watching over PBC as a like a solid for Floyd, because Floyd is not a day-to-day businessman. And sometimes I think that. And Mayweather promotion is just something else, like, because if you think about Floyd's reputation, how he acts, how he carries himself, the rumors about him not being intelligent or whatever that 50 Cent had put out, if he'd have started BBC, and I don't know if that came before or after his beef with 50, but I'm just saying, think about it. Maybe Floyd felt like a lot of folks wouldn't jump on the PBC brand. But, when Floyd said, I am PBC, I really think it's his company from the ground up. I'm starting to believe that anyway. And Al just holding it down for him. You know what I'm saying? But Keith Thurman was that cash cow. You know what Keith Thurman told his draws? He was talking slick to Floyd Mayweather. Maybe Floyd has always been a silent partner. These are all maybes. But Keith Thurman started talking slick to Floyd. Like, I want you, remember during them times when Keith used to, don't duck me, son. Like, I don't know if he was talking to Floyd per se. He said that, but, it was around those times. Spencer said he doing what every, I read that. It's just a phone call, sis. Yeah, it wasn't much, sis. Errol never got the best of Floyd. Floyd makes money off of that rumor. I don't know how he make. He probably do censor. Y'all know that it was a rumor. So Keith, because he was begging and begging and begging for the Floyd fight, and he was actually like his mandatory. Floyd, I know, I'll throw Keith. Fighters do that. It always happens. You can get a person throwing a fighter in your mix that you wasn't even thinking about. But the but the part that I tripped on is Earl actually got sensitive about it, and Earl actually felt like, yeah, why you ain't taking the fight? Like there was some kind of like entitlement thing going on. And Keith was like, I ain't worried about you right now. And I don't think in the beginning it was duck. I think over time with the injuries and all that, it does look like duck. I don't really have a argument to give to combat against people's feelings that Keith Thurman duck was ducking Earl. I can't fight that argument because it kind of looked like it. But I would definitely say in the beginning, no, I don't think he ducked Earl, and I don't think he that Earl deserved his attention when he was that high in the echelon or the top tier of fighters because he was going for his glory, just like Earl is going for his now. I don't believe that Earl for 1 second is ducking Boosie. But there will be people out there that believe that. You know why? Earl needs to go ahead and make undisputed. That's what he said he wanted to do. Terrence want to do it. They both need to make it. But I don't think either one of them are ducking Boots. And I like how Boots carries himself. He's very patient. Now, Boots ain't going to be patient forever. 5 years from now, it's going to turn into an absolute duck. Probably next year. If they don't get this fight done this year, it's going to turn into an absolute duck. But now, because of the ranking, Keith Thurman has the option to be in the line for to be the next pick. But it's just wild how this is working out. Now that I look at it with this one move, I see things a lot differently over there at PB. I think that they was in his ear telling him, nah, you ain't fighting Earl. Just like they in Earl's ear telling Earl, nah, you ain't fighting Terrence. And so then you got to say, what was all the bullshit afterwards? I would say this about Keith Thurman. You don't have a lot of the bullshit tapes. You didn't have Keith Thurman fans like Earl fans that take it and make a mountain out of a molehill. You ain't have that. So Errol Spence was going along acting like he wanted to fight with Bud for 3-4 years now. 4 years now. And Bud fans was frustrated. And Bud was getting blamed and called every name for the child of God. Every fucking horrible name you call him, a disrespectful name. And Earl seen this and he would do just enough to egg that shit on and make it go and make it go and like put his foot in his mouth. Like the dude, as I always say, and he's been quiet here lately. So I'm not picking on him. But y'all know that I feel Earl is not his way. He doesn't know how to say what he want without putting people down and devaluing them and degrading them. He don't know how to do that for some reason. And so that's what he wind up always doing. And it's not cool. Not cool. And you're doing it before you can ever sign the fight or get the fight. So it's not even doing him a service. You know what I'm saying? But Keith Thurman, he wasn't quite like Earl. He wasn't putting Earl down. He wasn't. In fact, he wouldn't even try to bring up Earl. People brought him up around him. But it just maybe, Al Hammond said not yet. Maybe because PBC is Floyd's, like Century said, he don't think he ever got the best of Floyd. Maybe Floyd actually let him feel like he got the best of him back then because they needed that rumor. They needed to build the superstar. And they knew that Earl was an quitter. He was going to, 9 times out of 10 get the victory. So they put that on Earl. Just think about it. Never before has anybody got the best of Floyd Mayweather that you heard about, like you heard Earl, and never since. So we supposed to believe that Errol Spence was just that damn good, and that's how people look at him. They give him all this praise because it started off from him besting out Floyd Mayweather, which is never done, never heard of. Since we said Keith Duck, Errol, and Bud. Yeah, like I said, much later when it came much later. That's what it turned into. But in the beginning, Keith was not ducking Errol Spence. Bud wasn't even nowhere near fighting in that division when that whole thing started. Now Earl is up to the point where he can't stand Keith. And then we gotta understand what this move was. So we know it's bought and paid for. And Keith is not saying a word. I step back and try to wait and see if he was gonna come out and say something. Our money said much love from the 231 Queen. This is my other account. Much love. Our money 23. Okay. I got you, King. Thank you. If Earl could hang with Floyd, he wouldn't duck anybody. Yeah. And that's, you know what, sensory is, but you see what I'm saying, sensory. Who would have thought it? This is the first time that I'm starting to think, damn, Keith Thurman was with PBC just like Earl. If Floyd keeps saying the PBC is his, it could have been a marketing ploy. And just like Earl wanted to fight Keith, Keith was, I mean, Earl was I don't want to say nobody, like in a mean way. He was an unknown fighter. He wasn't popular like he is now. So he wasn't regarded as such at PBC. So who they was probably talking to? The known fighter. The man with the belts. The man of the hour. That was Keith Thurman. So they probably was like, don't worry about that young whippersnapper. We ain't worried about him. Just, you're not fighting him. We going for the belts. Fuck him. And that's how that could have been their attitude. Because again, I couldn't have known once Earl got the best of him, according to folks at the Mayweather gym. And Earl was very careful how he carried that too. He ain't let himself get too boisterous. Also, we know he knows how to control his mouth and control what he say out his mouth. Because he didn't, it's easily to tip fucking Mayweather off. And Earl was very careful not to do something. And just like Sensory said, it could have all been all smoke and mirrors then. It definitely could have. But thinking about this move, like I said, I protested against it with Wilder. If Wilder took a loss, how is he number one ranked in the WBC? And that's why I said they do what they fucking want to do, and it's all for money, whatever the fuck. On the one hand, with this move, he a stepping stone or a gatekeeper, or are they really trying to put him next in line as an alternative to? This is what I was thinking. Then Thurman let it be known that the younger fighters should not sleep. But this is Thurman giving an interview. Now basically, don't sleep on. Basically, if you think I'm soft, then squeeze. Gotta let these young guys know. But remember when they asked Thurman not that long ago about Boots, he acted like he didn't know who Boots were. So nowadays, I think really Danny Garcia hurt Thurman more than Thurman let on. And I think it fucked him up. I think Danny probably all but sent him into retirement. At least mentally. He took the mental edge off of Keith Thurman by hurting him. Keith ain't never been the same since. He won the fight, but he ain't never been the same since. Keith Thurman also feels like this year is a wash. Like there ain't nothing gonna happen this year. Because, all the dates are being taken up. And we know that now. We already into October, November dates right now. As far as being booked and all that stuff. They ain't gonna make it this year. You know what I'm saying? For him anyway. He also said thanks to believe that these young fighters are not even trying to line it up with him. Where he get that shit from, I don't know. This is when we venture into land to Keith Thurman. We'll be like, dude, where you coming from with this? So he already saying he looking to next year. So I'm like, what the fuck, man? You said all this bullshit. This is what I mean. He say the stupid shit he's saying, which makes it hard to defend him. But he doing all of that to say basically the newsworthy thing that you get out of his interview, he gonna be fighting next year. So nigga, you fought once this year. That's all you had to say. I'm done for the rest of the year. Now, if Keith hadn't lost, he would be a superstar. Yeah, if he'd have beat Pacquiao. And that's why I say I give him the benefit of the doubt. I know Keith was the man. He used to wreck shop. He was the man at welterweight. He was the man to see. He lost to one fighter. Now, one. If you're gonna lose to somebody, why not be Pacquiao? If you talk to Danny Garcia, who have fought them both, and it's rare that you can find somebody who fought Keith Thurman and Errol Spence. And everybody talk about Earl as just this dangerous, under hitting, power hitting person. And he does have power. But nobody who fought him and Crawford or him and Keith ever say he's the hardest hit. Danny Garcia said Lucas Matisse was his hardest hit. Y'all remember Lucas Matisse? He could hit back then. Was the bomb.com. But that was his hardest hit. Second to that was Keith Thurman. Then maybe we could talk about Earl. That's pretty much what Danny's saying. And he ain't doing that to shit on Earl. I don't think Danny was disingenuous when he said that shit. I think he was being truthful. Earl got those kind of punches that'll break you down. But after a while you get broke there, you be like, man, I don't want to do this shit. He probably got thudding punches that make you be like, oh shit. Like maybe he could go harder than this, but maybe that is his hardest. But the point is he'll start breaking you down. So the trick to Errol Spence, you can't let him sit on his punches, and you can't stand in front of him and let him go to work like that. History said you're correct. Since you said PBC is done if they don't announce the Crawford fight. Exactly. At 40, exactly. Extra O said, preach, Miss T. Thank you. Earl is dangerous to everybody but Bud. Earl is dangerous to anybody who let him, who stand in front of him. He has that skill that Laura got. If you don't stop Laura from being in his proper stance and halfway sitting, I call it riding the brakes. Because you know how your feet hovered over the brakes? You know, people who ride their brakes and they always tapping in this shit. You don't want to drive behind them on the highway and all that bullshit. They always fucking tapping the fucking brake light. Like, god damn, you be almost up in their ass and you can't gauge, how fast you should go and let it be like a coast kind of ride. Well, some boxers, to me, I call it riding the brakes. They do that. They know that their punches are more effective when they sit down on the punch. Everybody in boxing knows that. When you sit down on your punch and you're in a proper stance, you get more out of that bitch than when you're on your toes sometimes or moving around and shit. It's a difference. It just is. Now, kudos and shout outs to the person who could be on their toes and hit your ass so motherfucking hard as if they were sitting down. Those people are rare, but they out there too. Errol Spence is not one. So if you look at it, this is why he's flat-footed, because he likes to deliver the thunder, and his fans are grateful for that. I'm grateful for it. I'm a Earl fan. It's remarkable. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of people try to combat against it. They can't. But I always think a pure boxer will always overcome stuff like that. And what I say with Canelo, Lara, and Earl, I put them all in the same category. What do? You got to make them uncomfortable. You got to make them be on their toes. Have we seen examples of it? Remember Hurd when he beat the hell out of Lara? I was like, I'm not a big Lara fan, but I don't hate him, but I feel like he's one of them cheaters. Like when shit go bad, he start cheating. I don't like niggas like that. You know what I'm saying? Because That shit he did to Angula is unforgivable. I mean, dude could have lost his eye. Why the fuck I gotta lose my eye just because I'm in this sport? Why I gotta be a Cyclops now? You know? Why folk come, I gotta be a Cyclops in my Eddie voice on life. Remember Eddie hit you with the why folk come, I can't. But that's how I was feeling. That's how I was feeling. And so, you know, but what you do to Laura, what did her do? He made him uncomfortable. He was on his ass like white on rice. He didn't give him time to set up. 1-2, move to the left. 1-2, move to the left. 1-2. I mean, it sounded like a motherfucking dance. That's what Laura was doing. And Laura was halfway sitting on his punches. So when he's 1-2ing you, which shouldn't be like devastating, it was actually popping your ass. 1-2, move to the left. Laura is a pure boxer too, but he halfway sits on his punches. But we know that Laura can be on his toes, but he favored that. Nobody has been able to crack the Laura code except her. Hers answer, let me stay on top of you. I'll take your 1-2 and I'll raise you this ass whooping that I'm about to give you, and I'm gonna be up on your ass. That's Herd. And he was on him. Herd hit you, he'll walk through your shit all the time. He breathing on you. Motherfucker, it seemed like he whispering sweet nothings in your ear and shit. That's how Herd was on his ass. And knocked his ass out, didn't it? Or didn't see it coming. But he took him out of his comfort zone. What just happened to Canelo? Bivol stayed on his toes. He kept moving. He didn't stand in front of him. He made fucking Canelo try to box. And saw Canelo is a pressure fighter. He come forward. If you stand in front of him, he'll hit you like a beanbag. That's what he do. That's what he said Danny was manufactured. He never been a top guy. I don't know. I think Danny's a pretty good fighter. Danny got his own style. And Danny is flat-footed too. But I don't think it's a purpose like that. I think just how Danny is. Danny know how to box though. But he's flat-footed, which is weird. He's like, he got both of those skills wrapped up in one. But the beautiful thing about Danny is Danny will punch with you. A lot of fighters won't do that. And Danny must got a hellified chin to even commit to some shit like that. Al Money said that's a great analogy. You know, sis, a good jab will force Errol to reset. Exactly. Like Bud, yeah. And he fights, his fights are set up, sis. That's why he looks good. Who you talking about, Danny? Quentin Brandley is in the building. What's popping, King? I love you, Quentin. You's a funny guy. Look, I kept the show today. Lord, y'all was on one last night. He said, good evening, Miss T. Good evening, sir. Since your pictures, I lost my eye in the ring. You did? Ugh, sorry. Quentin, salute again, fam. Al Money. I look, rock with you. Rock with the real, you know. You look like you rock with the real. But yeah, that is how you beat somebody who's flat-footed or sit on their punches. You gotta just, as Tron Porter call it, make them uncomfortable. And Keith Thurman, he moves. And he's one of those fighters who can be on his toes, backing up, moving side to side, and hit you, and that shit be like a knockout punch. I know Keith Thurman to break bones in that motherfucker. Remember that guy? I don't remember his name, but he hit him in the ribs and broke the nigga ribs. Keith Thurman was the shit. So I believe now, looking at it overall with this latest move, I was like, I'd be damned. I don't know how I wasn't thinking that. Keith Thurman had the ear of Al Heyman back then, like Earl got his ear now. Keith Thurman always knew that he wasn't going to fight Errol, probably because Al and them told him he couldn't. Keith Thurman won't duck in no smoke back then. He didn't care to fight Errol. I took it as, you're not even on my level yet, bro. I'm not going to reach back when I'm trying to catch these belts. Just like, and it wasn't a duck to me. Just like Errol Spence saying the same thing to Boots. Bud is saying the same thing to Boots. And I feel them on that. I feel Earl and I feel Bud on that. Why the fuck you gonna reach back and get Boots? Pay attention to details. Keep your eyes forward. Concentrate. Let's get these belts. As you say, strap season. But that's what Keith was trying to do. And he was a mandatory for Mayweather. And ever since that time, but only time will tell us, right? Y'all make sure y'all hit the like, share, and subscribe button, please. My humble voice, please hit the subscribe button and the like button. But if you think about it, Keith Thurman really was gunning for Mayweather, and he was his mandatory, and Mayweather got smoothed out of that shit. And do I ever look at Mayweather like a duck? No, but maybe Mayweather didn't want to fuck with that young lion, so he threw Earl as a sacrificial lamb in front of him. But how can you make Earl sacrificial lamb? First of all, you don't want to just throw anybody who gonna get their ass whipped from pillar to post. So Earl would have been the perfect pick because you wouldn't have known. It is very possible that Earl could have beat Keith back then. He was just as young, hungry, lying too. So Floyd needed to throw somebody in there that could be some competition. But but Earl actually resented the fact that Keith was mad. And maybe Earl got some inside knowledge because nowadays he hates him. And he's saying he'll never fight him. And think of all the possibilities of why y'all think they made this move with Keith. I got some ideas. And it ain't got nothing to do with fear or anything. You know, Keith Thurman actually got a plan, y'all. He said he want to be back in October. And then starting the new year, he want 3 fights a year. That's what he's saying. He got a plan. But he feels like all of that can be done and be easier if he have a title. So look at these 4 steps, these 4 possible, probable answers that I come up with. Since we said it's not just that you can box. It's not just losses, losses. I guess you're saying losses. It's who you can lose to, who you lose to. Quentin said, you like, yes, indeed. Yo, B for B list. Yeah, you might look. I don't know if I make the list. I'm probably number 10 ranked. you had me, you had me dying, man. I was looking at this shit today. I was like, this nigga right here. Boy, you guys, I like you guys a lot. Like just for y'all content and y'all be hitting those shit, especially when you cook a nigga. You know I'm a Bud buddy. But you know, I like the fact that you guys bring humor. Laughter is the best medicine, and sometimes that's what people need, a dose of laughter. Now I saw the whole show, so I was like, oh shit. I was like, Lord, I hope somebody don't come over this way with that. If you know what I mean. Y'all was all that dude. Al Money said, Quentin, you know that was 100. Sister said he can't fight going backwards. Who can't? Who you talking about? Keith can. Extra O said Quentin Bradley, salute. Quentin Bradley said, extraordinary. Good evening, my brother. PGH Big Dog was popping. King says, salute Queen T. Salute to you, King. Miss T, you believe Keith? I believe he got a plan. I believe Keith. I believe this is what I think. When you take a dude's, and this is for girls and guys, but we talking about men. When you take these men' ability to be just their own man away from them, it's all kinds of confusion gonna be laid in front of you, and just shit just ain't gonna work. And I'm sorry, I just see people like that. I'm not a hater of PBC, but I really do that they do too much that's a bridge too far. And when if Earl wants to do what he want to do, got somebody in his ear saying, I don't want you to do that. Come on, bro. It's kind of like how I get mad when Bob Arum says, Oh, Shakur Stevens, fuck being undisputed at 130. You don't need that. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you say that to him? You don't know what this man was dreaming since he was a kid. He did the ultimate sacrifice, was put his body through all this stuff, and your old bitch ass don't say that. Same thing with Floyd. Fuck it, it's all about the money. You got motherfuckers feeling like it's not his fault that everybody want to jump on the Floyd bandwagon, but it's his fault to advertise that you're the OG. You got people, you're validating this notion that, hey, we should just fight for the money. No, and there will be people out there who believe that shit. I just don't. I don't. And I have to respect what people believe and all that. I personally don't. I think we need to have a Super Bowl too. I think when you get older, you want to look back and see the fruits of your labor, something you accomplished. Ain't no guarantee that you're gonna, do right with your money. Look at all these other athletes, basketball, football, that fuck over their money. How many 30-30s y'all gotta have for somebody can say, I was in the mansion and now I'm in the po house? How many times that gotta happen? It happens to the best of us. You ain't nobody guaranteed what you gonna do with your money. Look how AI fell off. Yeah, AI back in his day could do no wrong. He was just a walking bank. Motherfucker, endorsement after endorsement after endorsement. Thank God that he wind up having, I think Nike or somebody, whoever he was with, did some kind of setup where he can't touch the shit till he's a certain age. And he's approaching that age, if not already made it. So now he gets to live that life with a better head on his shoulder. He done been through the bullshit. He done lost what he lost. Now he gets to come back and get a do over because they set that money aside for him. That was a good thing. I think it was Nike, and I think he had to be 55. I don't know how old AI is right now, but he lost it all and he gonna gain it back. And I'm sure at the age of 55, with his mindset now, he's not gonna fall for the okie doke and be going through all that bullshit because he has time to cool off and get out of that mindset. But everybody don't get the do overs. I heard Kevin Garnett lost a lot of money. I mean, it's so Tank, everything for the money. Who's to say you gonna have all that shit? If you look up Tank net worth, it said $4 million right now, which means you can double that, because they ain't gonna tell you the exact shit. But he ain't worth enough to really say he's never gonna fall off. But then, what about when he get older? He's gonna want to know that he won these belts. They ain't gonna remember you just because you was rich in boxing. They gonna remember you because you was a champion. And anybody who advocate against that, I don't see how they have your best interest in heart. Overall, they have their best interest. They enticing you with the money. They dangling the carrot. PGH Big Dog said, "Damn, I just need someone to knock out run time." But Spence boots. He held up the division for years. Listen, just like y'all say that Keith held up the division, a lot of people mad about that. I'm not, I can't, like I said, there's a lot of shit that Keith did. I can't really protect him on. I can't really have an argument or debate. I'm a fan of Keith Thurman. But something I just can't even debate some of the stuff. But guess who else been holding up the division? Your boy Errol Spence. Or is that the way we want to look at it? Because I can't get mad at Keith Thurman. He is the original OG, but Errol Spence is Keith Thurman 2.0. Not to mention a lot of fighters do what they do. And this is why I say the PBC, I don't think they did those boys a service because they hinder them being a man and making their decision. Let me rephrase that. Not that they're not manly. I don't want to question nobody's manhood, but the part of being a man when you make your own decision, stand 10 toes down. They got in the way of that. Not that the other parts of them not a man. Let me not go down that road because I don't want nobody questioning my womanhood. I know I flips tables over. Okay. I'm Barbara Badass, you know what I'm saying? Quentin Bradley said, "Nah, just because you rock with Bud doesn't make you a Bud buddy." Sometimes I get emotional, Quentin. That's how I know. Like, there's only two fighters that can get me emotional. A matter of fact, I will be taking my blood pressure whenever they fight, and that's Deontay Wilder. I cried at that fight. I went to the fight, I cried, but my tears were dry by the time I got to the lobby. And when you over the top and super fan boy, extra O say I would probably be around 8 on Quentin if the B for B list. I'm gonna drop the link because I didn't even realize I was going. I go on and on, but I will read off when y'all come through. I'm gonna read off what I think has happened why I see this move, and this is just me speculating, y'all. When you out here in the YouTube, if if you can't say I guess, I believe, I speculate first before you say something, come on now, you doing YouTube a disservice. We can say these things and still make headlines, but we gotta just make sure we speak the truth as accurate as we can. I'll say, okay, as y'all saw my thumbnail, I called Keith the disruptor in chief. I had a thumbnail of Bud looking at him like mind your bi, which means mind your business, and Earl like walking away like this nigga. I couldn't say this nigga here, although I wanted to. But I said this dude here. So number one, um, I think he was put in there to disrupt or intercede between Bud and Earl. Like maybe possibly something happening. Oh, okay, we ain't gonna make the fight. Bud ain't gonna be in. Earl ain't gonna be in. Fuck it. Throw Keith Thurman in there. That's what I mean by disrupt or intercede. Uh, which no one wants. None of the fans wants that. Two, he could have been moved in that position to handle Earl's or Bud's Mandos. They got Mandos. And those Mandos are chopping at the bee. Is it my turn, Spike? Huh? 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 Is it my turn? Is it my turn? So maybe that's why they put him in place. Like, look, nigga, before you come at Earl and Bud with the rah-rah, this nigga over here named Keith Thurman got something to say to you. Putting that barrier up. Number three, he could be just the new gatekeeper of 147. Keith Thurman's career is not on the rise; it's on the decline by virtue of the fact of his age, and it's like that for everybody. Nothing personal. Not saying he can't come back and be Rocky one more again. Just saying it's on the decline. And number four, or have him be champion again once undisputed happens, because either one of those guys gonna give up the title. Oh, what's good? Hold on one second. So those are four options that I saw. So I don't know. Let me extra. Oh, you got the floor. What's good?
Yo, Miss C, what's good?
Nothing much. What you got on it?
Man, listen to you cook, Miss C, the queen. You know what I'm saying? And a shout salute to everybody that's out there on the chat, everybody that's watching. Hit that like button, subscribe button, Miss T. She the truth.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Listen to you cook, Miss T, man. Look, I don't think I ain't never thought I really didn't never think they wanted this fight anyway. They're just me personally. I got my own personal take. But I always thought it was a fugazi. I always felt like it was fugazi. And then when I seen like we was talking about the other day and we tapped on this a little bit with the Mac Mob and shout out and E Thriller, shout out. We talked about this a little bit, but yeah, man, I never thought that they wanted to. make this fight with the PBC, you know. And I told you when I came on the last time, I think I said something about this. I was like, you know, it didn't make sense for the PBC. You know, they'll talk about it, you know, and you know, hype it all up and say it's potentially gonna happen, and I just never thought it would happen. It seemed like to them, I guess to them, it didn't make sense, you know, with you know, unless Bud signed with PBC, you know, but the fact that he's not a PBC member, you know, if Bud wins that fight, you know, that's you know belts are gone. You know, PBC and Al Heyman they had the welterweight division on lock for you know a long time now. So it's pretty much like you know, but you know you sign with us or else, or you just gonna be you know outside looking in. So I felt like even when they was talking about this fight, I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. About a week ago, I did kind of like start having hope that this fight was gonna happen, but I never really felt all the way comfortable, but that this fight was gonna happen because you know. And then when I seen the thing happen with Keith Thurman jumping in line and jumping to number one, I already saw the writing on the wall. You know, I felt like you know that was in play already. You know, so it was just one of the things, man. I just felt like I had hopes that this fight was gonna happen, but Miss T, I'm just and it's almost like I lost my best friend, you know, because I'm like I'm like everybody else, you know. I want to see this fight so bad, Miss T. I'm talking about, man. It really like it was like a dagger in my heart, you know, just to hit this whole thing going sideways the way it is, because they started having me convinced, started having me believing that it was actually gonna happen, and with this, yeah, it just. But yeah, there's. I just wanted to say that.
No, actually, it do feel like a dagger in your heart. Because I've had to make my peace with it. Like I know when I love boxing, that I do know. It is the sport I love. I mean, I took a class when I was getting my history degree about sports, of the importance of sports,
Mhm.
and believe it or not, I love boxing, but I've never been a person to stay home just because a sporting event come on. Like I catch it later, or she, let me run to this store, or I can do, I always, I wasn't that locked into sports, like over a decade ago, and probably because of my schedule being in the military. But over time, now that I retired, I'm so locked in, and it's a sport that I love. I can't watch football like that. Football too long for me, and basketball. I get tired of watching it. Now I love watching basketball in person, and I be damn, it's hard to watch it in person and like on TV, especially baseball. So
Right.
those are about the only sports that I do like that I've actually engaged and played before. But boxing, I don't know what it does. I've always liked it ever since I was a kid. But like I said, my schedule in the military prevented me from really being hardcore like a lot of you guys. I got a lot of time where I fell off and now I'm back. But it broke my heart. It broke my heart, and they are breaking my heart. And like I used to buy fights all the time. I'm doing things that I never thought I would do. I've never over just dropped cable. I mean, since I've been grown, even when I was overseas, I had cable. Not cable from the States, but cable from where I was. I have never not had a home cable. I'm about to find out what that feels like because I've kept cable these last, I don't know, 7, 8 years because I didn't want to make sure I didn't miss any boxing. Now I don't care. I was like, why am I paying the cable bill? I don't even look at cable. I look at like Hulu, Netflix,
Right.
Prime,
Right.
Amazon, shit like that,
Mhm.
and YouTube. And so I never really look at cable. I used to look at the news, but you can get a Roku and look at all the news that you want. So what the fuck am I paying this high ass cable bill for? I never streamed, never did none of that stuff. But ever since the Tim Smith interview, I didn't fell off. I told myself then, I said, I'm not buying another PBC fight until Bud and Crawford is done. And I was waiting and waiting and waiting. And I was just protesting. And then it seemed like a lot of people start protesting. So yes, I really relate to you that like a dagger in your heart because I feel like they broke my heart and I had to make my peace with it. You know, when you break up with somebody, go through it, you be mad and shit, and you just after a while you be like, you coming back around slowly. That's where
Yeah.
I'm at with it right now. I'm coming back around slowly, even though I love boxing and I'll find a way to watch it. I just gotta have no expectation because these
But
old farts want to run it. But
see, I'm trying to get there, but I'm trying to get where you at. Like I get what you're saying, and man, I get what you're saying. You know, it's like you made your peace that with it, but and we true boxing fans, and we want to see the sport be great, and we want to see the great fights. We want to see the best fight, the best. I'm not a Earl. I rock with Bud, and I tell everybody this. I'm not a Earl Spence hater. I like Earl Spence. I like both guys. It's just one guy I rock with more. It might be some things, even some things that Bud have done. I have questioned. Some things. I'm not just a like. You got these. The what we call them in the we call them in the buddy boys. Quinn got the word for it. He'll tell you. But
uh,
anyway, I'm not
but
a
it,
Bud
it's
buddy.
B, it's
Bud buddy.
BP.
But yeah,
Yeah, BPB.
he got a B4B list.
Yeah, like a pound for
But
pound.
yeah, it's called
Yeah.
buddies for Bud. I crack man, that was cracking me up. I wasn't able to stay on with them guys last night, but they were yeah.
Oh, I saw it today. E
Yeah, I
Don
watched I
was
watched
popping,
I watched.
King. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just like to give people a shout out who come
No,
in.
no,
E
no, no,
Don
no.
was
Go ahead,
popping.
do your thing.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm trying to get where you at because, like I said, I like both guys, and I think this is the best fight that we could make. It might not be the most profitable fight as far as like they talking about Canelo and Triple G and all that stuff like that, but it could potentially be. You remember the other day we was talking about why can't we make this a 2 or 3 fight deal? I don't know what discussions is in the back. I'm just throwing my little 2 cents. I don't know
Well,
if
I
yeah,
mean, if they again, what life has proven, and this is why I felt all up in arms about what Bob Arum has said, and Ethel and the Wolfpack was over here the other day. Y'all was doing some cooking. I love, just for the record, I love everybody. Some people got their feelings. I love everybody, but just so y'all know, you know, I don't get between men going back and forth. That I was raised in a different era. I don't know what young girls do today, but when I grew up, when men going back and forth, I go over here to the corner. I just sit back, maybe grab the popcorn.
right, right. Right.
So don't come over here looking for no silence for me because I was worried about that. So oh shit. Oh, because that's it. Never mind. I ain't even gonna get again. I'm gonna go over here in the corner and look and eat my
I'm
popcorn.
actually, I'm actually glad I had got off because I had to go to bed. I was tired last night. I had to get up
Mhm,
early this morning, so I had to go to bed. But when I played
mhm.
the playback today, I was like, "Damn, I'm glad I
Ooh,
got on
it
there."
was
Okay,
brutal.
ooh. But
It
yeah,
was
yeah,
brutal. It
yeah,
was
yeah.
brutal. But I don't know
And
how y'all
I
been
love
keeping.
I love those guys. I love all
Yeah,
those guys. Those
yeah.
that's who I started. I started when I started going because I never was a panel type of person. But when
Mhm.
I my first panel was with E Thriller, and when I went on his panel, then it was the B Mob, and that's who I've been rocking with ever since. And that's how I found you.
Mhm.
I found you through
Yeah,
E
because
Thriller.
they gonna give you the truth, and they're gonna show you receipts, and they're gonna allow you not, not like they giving you this permission, but
Right.
they create a space where they allow you to think.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's dangerous to be in a space with anybody where you cannot be your own man or your own woman. I have to
Right.
have my own brain. And if
Yeah.
I can't be somewhere where I got my own brain, that's somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
so like E Thriller asked me a question on that panel when they came over and they was cooking, old boy. But he said, Steve, what you think about what Bob said about the price being lower? And I said, in my head, I said, he said that. That was the first thing I said to myself. Like, he said that. I was so talk about getting heartbroken. I was so caught off on the piracy shit that he talking.
Right.
And I'm telling you guys, and this is me saying it as humbly as I can, but sometimes you got to be direct. A lot of y'all motherfuckers out here, I've been y'all age. Y'all never been mine. So I know shit when I see it. Yeah, I
Right.
can't act like I don't know what that smells like or what that is. And what
Right.
Bob was doing was what the fuck I thought it was. So I was like, I was so thrown off by that shit that I didn't even hear some of the good shit that he's saying. And I was like,
Right.
oh damn, yeah, I do agree with that. But we got
Right.
sensory
Right.
pictures in here. I'm gonna let you cook. What you got on it, dog?
Hey, how you doing, sis?
I'm good. I'm good. What you got on it?
Good. Now I want to ask you a question.
Okay. Oh
Do
Lord.
you
Okay.
know what Keith Thurman's last pay-per-view numbers was?
Hold on. Speak up because I can barely hear you.
I asked, do you know what Keith Thurman's last pay-per-view number performance was?
It wasn't great. I can't
It
remember the
was
exact number.
60,000,
It was
63,000
who?
against Barrios, right?
How much you said?
63,000.
63. Okay.
Now, what was Earl's last pay-per-view numbers against Ugas?
240,000, something like that.
No, that's wrong. It was about 130,000.
Errol Spence.
Errol Spence versus Ugas. Now, my point I'm making by saying that is this: this Keith Thurman nonsense is just a smokescreen. It can't happen because it don't make business and financial sense. It's not even a fight that could sell. The proof is that the last performances they did, so we know they're not names, were flops. Keith only made 750,000 as a purse on his last fight. His rest of his money was supposed to come from the upside of that fight. His entire upside was nothing but a total of $2 million. Earl was supposed to make 5. We know he didn't get it because he didn't get the numbers. This fight that they're doing or announcing are trying to put Keith into play is just a game they're trying to run on the negotiations with Crawford. The Crawford fight with Earl has got to happen. Otherwise, PBC loses all credibility as a boxing organization. I don't care if Al Heyman called himself a promoter, advisor, none of that makes sense. They lost the deal with Fox. They lost their deal with Fox based on the fact that they wasn't putting on good fights. They don't have nowhere to go but Showtime. Now, Showtime need to put on entertaining fights. This is why Showtime is involved. I would speculate that what Bud is doing is he's doing a deal with Showtime. Well, Al and them trying to interfere with that. Of course, Al gonna try to get 2 or 3 fights out of Bud. That makes sense. I don't know if I would do it. If I was Bud's advisor, I would tell Bud not to do it. But Bud said he don't mind doing business with PBC. That's his business. This whole thing they doing is just a game. It's flim flam. The whole discussion about Keith Thurman, you said maybe he's a gatekeeper now. Keith Thurman is not even a gatekeeper. Not no more. You said something that was correct earlier. You said maybe Danny hurt Keith worse than we thought. Maybe that's the case because he has not been the same since he fought him. Now, can he beat Errol Spence? I don't know. I don't care. I just know that he's not in a realm where the money generated would even make sense for them to do this. Errol Spence's ex-girlfriend told y'all Earl is in tax trouble. Nobody wants to believe that because she's supposed to be the estranged or the scorned, woman scorned.
Mm.
Who I ain't never seen a female in my life who was mad at her boyfriend or her ex, and she said, "This nigga's in tax trouble." Nobody says that. Earl
You know
can't
how that
pay.
go anyway.
Oh, I
And
see your
I'm not.
receipts. Oh, I
I'm
see
with
your
the.
receipts, Miss T. I
Yeah,
see your receipts.
I'm with the. I put up the numbers for the Ugas fight. This is where I got that number from.
Don't okay. Put the numbers up.
I just
Listen
had that.
to
I'm
listen
just
to
showing you.
listen to Rick Glazier. Listen to Rick Glazier because he's telling you the truth about the real numbers.
It
Not
might
only
be, but
that,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, sister. We know, and people say it all the time. And friend to the show, Destiny Black, have said, unless you breaking numbers, you're not gonna get. Unless you breaking records, you're not gonna get an accurate number. So
No, no, no,
everybody
no,
has to
no, no,
keep
no,
that
no.
in their
Those
head.
numbers are beyond inaccurate. This is the
But
point.
that's but
Rick
it's
Glazer has
censored.
reported that those numbers are not nowhere near accurate.
It's censored.
De La Hoya just came out, what is it, yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
He basically told him the numbers is false. He got the real numbers
That's
for
what I'm
Tank's
saying,
fight, for
censored.
Earl's fight.
I'm not doubting you that it'll be 140. I
We
put
can,
up that
you
to show.
already just admitted you have to assume that the numbers are not accurate. I'm
Yeah,
telling you
and
that
I
they're
show
not.
y'all where I get them. I can only go on Google just like you guys and get numbers and go from there. That's all I can do. So I don't put up a big fight because I already know it ain't gonna be accurate. Unless you doing
All
4.6
right,
million.
we can come to an agreement. Let's don't
Yeah,
say any number in particular. Let's just say we know that the numbers they report are not accurate.
yeah. I never
We can
claimed
agree
that
on that.
Errol Spence is a big star.
And
I
I'm
never
telling you
claimed that.
that
He's not one of them folks.
them brothers ain't pulling in them numbers nowhere near them kind of numbers. And boxing is a business. If they're not pulling in those type of numbers, so the numbers got to be accurate. If they're not getting the money off of that end, they got to get their money off of the front end, which we know PBC fighters don't get.
Mm-hmm.
So that means somebody is coming up short. And I'm telling you that Earl and them is coming up short. They in financial straits. PBC is forced to sell their fights exclusively on pay-per-view. That should tell you the business model is not working. If the
Well, I
business
said
model,
this months ago, Sensory, because I
I,
said
I
he
know I
running like
heard you say,
a hedge fund. Remember? Did
but
you remember my
well, the hedge
video?
fund is gone.
Well, he was running it like that. He should have never did that.
No, he had no choice.
Sometimes the way you run a business don't always translate into another. Like if you're a businessman, like Mark Cuban and shit, you can't be no president and run
Even Mark Cuban,
government
honey,
the
gotta
same way you
have
run your business.
even Mark Cuban got to have access to capital. He's not using his own money. He all he You can't play in that on that level without using all them other people's money, or else you're not gonna be there. They the ones gonna make the money, not you. You just doing you the face. That's what Al Heyman is. Now the hedge fund is gone. This is why he could not maintain the contract with. He could have subsidized Fox Sports boxing agreement. He could have told them no problem. We gonna finance the cost for the production, and y'all just televise. Why didn't he do that? He didn't do it because he don't got the money. That's
Well,
obvious. What I'm trying to
they
point out
make
is
silly
they have to
they
make
think
sound
silly
business
choices.
decisions, or they won't be around. The only sound business decision here is Crawford Spence. That's the only fight in boxing that can make money today. No other fight. Joshua Usyk is not gonna make the big money. Now over in Britain and all that, they're gonna make their money, but not here. Nobody cares. The
D
only
Young said, "Did you hear Espinosa interview?"
Yeah, I heard Espinosa talking, and he ain't said nothing.
Then he said, "Did you hear Rick Glazer's interview?"
Yeah, I heard Rick Glazer, and Rick Glazer, he tell you the truth, but you always got to take what he say with a grain of salt because he's really kind of he's a hater against black folks to a certain extent, and he's like the white boy who say good job, but then turn around and say that lazy nigger. So you got to take what they say with a grain of salt. But what he's doing is he's doing the same thing Fred from Barbershop Conversations used to do. I guess he
Ooh.
still do. He give you the accurate numbers because they're trying to expose the fact. What they really doing is they're simply telling people Al Heyman is not what you think he is. He's not this big time Bossellini. Al Heyman wouldn't even be Al Heyman if it wasn't for my man who used to run Solar Records. The dude who used to be in charge of Shalimar, he owned the company, so he was hooked
Oh
up with
shit!
Don Cornelius.
I can't, I can't
Dick
say
Griffey.
his name. Hey, look, hold
Dick
on.
Griffey.
Everybody hit the like and subscribe button, please. In my humble voice, please, please, please. Well, go
Dick
ahead.
Griffey is the one who made Al Heyman.
Keith who? Richard?
Huh?
Who you said? Keith Richard?
No, Dick Griffey.
Dick Griffey. Oh.
Yeah, he's the one who really helped Dr. Dre and Suge Knight and them start Death Row. Then they joined with the White Boys.
Oh, look. You done woke
I'm
up a
just saying,
sleeping giant. You
I
done
know
woke
y'all
up
ain't
a
gotta
sleeping
agree with me,
giant.
but huh?
Jerry, you done woke up a sleeping giant. I don't know what you said. Cause Jerry come up in here.
I don't
AJ
care what
Usyk.
Jerry say. I know what's going on, and I'm telling you right now, from a business standpoint, this has to happen. Now, if it don't happen, I'm telling you what's going to happen to
Jerry to
PBC.
come on, Miss T.
They're going out of business.
Actually, Jerry.
Yeah, ask him to come on.
Hey,
Ask him to come on the panel. Ask Jerry to come on the panel.
Jerry,
I,
I
I,
got
I, I don't play Kate White boys, so it don't matter to me.
no, it's all good. It's all good.
Right.
Everything with love. But I gotta pull up the phone. I didn't pull it up,
Do
and
your thing.
it was. Go ahead, keep on cooking.
No, I'm just,
Sister, you
all I
good?
want you to understand, sis, because I
Hey,
listen to you. I
I'm
think you're
listening to you,
sincere and
Censor.
honest.
Hey, I'm
But
listening to you, Censor.
take the fan stuff out of the boxing thing and look at it just from a what would you type situation. And I'm telling you, you can figure all this out simply by asking yourself, what would I do if my money was on the line
Oh
or
no,
I
it's
needed to
open.
make this money, right? You would make a decision just like they would. And I'm telling you, the decisions you're hearing in the media, you wouldn't make those decisions. That's why none of that stuff in the media ever comes true. All this boxing speculation never actually pans out.
Al Money say you talking about Jimmy Iovine.
Yeah, Jimmy Iovine is the one that Dr. Dre and them left Dick Griffey for to go get in business with and pull them out of bankruptcy when they could have stayed with Dick Griffey and made the same money. Been the same Death Row, been the same Chronic album, and everything else. They left the brother and ran over there to them other people and made them hundreds of millions of dollars in less than a year. When I say hundreds of millions, I'm talking like 150 million. Took them out of bankruptcy.
It's at the bottom, y'all. The number is scrolling at the bottom. D Young is in the building. Let me let him cook on it for a minute.
Yo,
Sweet,
salute,
go
bro.
ahead, Keith. What you got to say on it?
What's good? What's good, y'all?
It's good.
Y'all know, man. Y'all know my stance on it, man. I mean, it's just so much speculating, man. And you hearing all these, you hearing all this shit, man. It's like, what's taking so long for this shit to happen, man? Like, and
Right,
it just seemed like a lot of games.
It
right,
is a lot of
right.
games.
It's a lot of games, bro.
But it's games played by PBC. They trying to
Yeah,
get a new star in there. They won't Bud for at least 3 fights.
yeah.
Yep.
That's all that you see. And Bud is saying no.
Yeah, and how you feel about that, Censor? Don't you
I
have a right
think
to
that
that?
Bud is right. I ain't gonna let nobody run nothing up in me.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Now we can do business and we can all make money, but let's just do business. Don't be trying to. You done held me out the game for over 5 years. You done held me out. Then all of a sudden I'm supposed to be coming to you hat in hand, kissing your ass. It don't work like that. Now
Censor,
Bud don't need undisputed. He already got undisputed.
got that. Right.
Errol do though. But see, Errol ain't stupid like people think. Errol came out and told y'all he not fighting Keith. And I know why he not fighting Keith, because ain't no money.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, Sin. I mean, if this shit don't happen, bro,
It's
where
gonna
you at?
happen, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you got a
I ain't
lot of faith.
confident. I ain't confident, Censor. I ain't
It's
confident, bro.
going to happen because the money gotta happen. It ain't me. I don't have to be confident. You don't have to be confident. I'm telling you right now,
But
America is about money. And
that,
the only money that can be made is with Crawford Spence.
but that's what I'm saying, man. It's like if you really think if they needed that money that bad, shit.
They needed that bad.
But look, hold on, Sin. If they needed that money that bad, why didn't they pick up the Crawford Porter fight?
Because at first,
Because look,
Crawford didn't even want the Porter
one
fight.
thing, Sin, because
Crawford was like, fuck Sean Porter. But what happened was Sean
we know,
Porter
yeah.
Sean Porter went before the WBO behind everybody back, and he started making a stink. So the WBO, because Bud was running up against the mandatory, the WBO made the deal to do it. Now, what happened was really what made the Porter fight jump off, what even Sean Porter, it was these bullshitting ass, fake ass Bud supporters that's supposed to be, they really don't want Bud to fight Earl. But they cried and whined, and all YouTube boxing media is responsible for a lot of these bullshit fights. That's why it really jumped off. But Bud, being sensible, He went to Bob and told him, "Yeah, I'll do the fight. I got to make at least $8 million." They settled back down to him getting. They split a pot of 10. Bud got the 6. Sean got the 4. That was settled. Now Bud killing two birds with one stone. He's gonna get the rep for beating up Sean, and he gonna get $6 million. Do you notice what Bud did the minute he got through with whooping Sean ass? He told Bob kick rocks on national TV.
Yeah.
Fire.
I mean,
who tells Bob Arum to kick rock? Bob Arum is one of the most powerful persons in boxing. You don't tell Bob Arum to kick rocks. In private, let alone in public.
Hey, welcome, Jared. Let me let Jared cook for a second, Jared. You know, Jared cook for a second.
I gotta get up in here.
Hey, Jared, get up in there. You know, get in how you feel. But Jared, we ain't got time for no 30-minute monologue. Now, go ahead.
No. I mean, but some things got to be set straight. First thing that's got to be set straight is you can't compare Anthony Joshua to Bud Crawford and Errol Spence.
Yes, you can. You compare anybody to anybody where the public is concerned.
He gets 40+ million. Hold on, man. I'm not going to talk over. Let me spit a few lines. Cannot compare Errol Spence and Bud Crawford to Anthony Joshua and Usyk. Not so much Usyk, but Joshua. Joshua is a huge star. He gets $40 million+ every time he fights. You cannot compare Errol and Bud. Yes, we want to see it. Yes, hardcore boxing fans. It has the interest of all the hardcore boxing fans, Errol and Bud, but it's not nearly as big. Not even close.
I know that's the popular. That's the party line. Now I'm gonna ask the brothers.
Hold on, Sissy.
Hold on 1 second. Just let me ask this before we go down this stupid path.
No, he cooking.
I'm gonna ask the brothers who online. How many times you done been in the barbershop and had anybody talking about Usyk and Joshua in America? I ain't never heard that conversation at the barbershop.
And race. And what it's got to do with is
everything. Boxing is race.
Hey, Sin, I can say this, bro. He got a point, bro. I mean, they built the fucking stadium for him in Saudi Arabia, bro.
It's not even close.
You can't, bro. I gotta agree with him.
You can't compare the two. The problem with Bud and Spence right now is the money is not there to satisfy the purses. The fighters likely want $20 million apiece, which seems about right if this was the 90s and boxing was as
fighters want $10 million apiece upfront money, and they want the back ends. Bud wants the back end to be 50%. They don't want to. They want to. They already settled the guarantee argument or the discussions. They're gonna give them $10 million apiece. But what they're trying to do is they saying, well, we're gonna subsidize the $10 million that we gave you by getting you on the back end, on the upfront money. I mean, on the upside.
That's been done a million times in boxing.
I know it has. It's the oldest time, and that's what they're doing now. It's only so many things that can occur.
Money on the back end. That they're estimating 350,000 buys, which doesn't.
That fight is gonna do over 1 million buys.
They're estimating 350,000.
That fight is gonna do over 1 million buys.
$20 million purses, and that's why the fight is still unsigned.
They want $10 million apiece.
That blame Bob Arum for all that time. Bob
Arum is a racist,
and yet the fight is still not made. And there's a reason for
Bob Arum is a racist. Bob Arum is following the agenda. They don't want black champions at the top no more. I don't know when y'all gonna figure that out. It got nothing
to do with black.
It got everything to do with black.
If black makes money, that's what they're gonna make money on.
I agree, but it's gotta make money for them. It's gotta make money for them. Bob Arum told y'all white people don't watch boxing no more because they went to the UFC because the UFC is all white.
But they want superstar money, and that's the problem. And
Bob Arum told y'all years ago.
Hey, one thing, Sam. Let me ask Jerry something. Hey, Jerry, do you think Bob Arum would have got this shit done by now?
It would have been very difficult for Bob Arum to do it because it's a cross-promotion fight at that point. However, I think with Bob Arum involved representing Crawford, it probably would have been easier because he could have represented Crawford and the PBC could have represented Spence. And I think the fight had a better chance then, but it still had a difficult time because it's a very simple thing and it's happened time and time again.
Can I ask you a question, Jerry?
If you price yourself out of a fight, the fight going to be hard to
You
make.
ain't no pricing yourself out.
So
Can I ask you a question, Jerry?
So what you think? Who you think is pricing themselves out?
Well, I don't know. I can't really say for sure.
Nobody.
I know exactly what Crawford wants or exactly what Spence wants, but I get the impression that what the fighters want, because they know it's a big fight, and what the people who are going to finance the fight think it's worth is a problem there. This is why the fight's not being made. It's not because it's not a great matchup. Of course it is.
It's the only matchup.
Number 1 and number 2 best fighters in boxing. It's a great matchup. But boxing is not popular in the U.S. It's just not popular right now. Name one other fighter. There's only one popular U.S. fighter, and that's Alvarez. The rest are quantum leaps below him.
That's what they like to say. Let me ask you this. Do you
hold on. Hey, Sid, hold on. Let me cook real quick. Hold up. Go ahead, Jerry. Finish what you was about to say.
Yeah, let's let everybody get a chance to speak.
Y'all like to listen to nonsense. I see.
No. Sensory. We can't hear nobody. People talk over each other. I would love to hear everything you say and everything Jerry say and everything D say.
One thing, Miss T. Hey, Sin, it's not about the race shit right now. Like I really want to hear what he's saying.
I didn't say nothing about race. I said nonsense. He's talking nonsense.
But you know what I mean? But yeah, as far as him saying on some racial shit.
If it was you talking and he was saying what he's saying, I'll say it's nonsense. It's all nonsense. You're telling me that there's not 1 million black boxing fans in America?
Yeah, that will pay $80 for a fight.
Yeah, we buy $200, $300, and $400 tennis shoes, my man. We buy $200, $300, and $400 tennis shoes, $1,200 jeans, $800
tennis shoes you can have the next day and the following day. A paper.
Yeah, I'm from Detroit. Detroit will buy 1 million views to see Crawford beat Spence. I bet you that.
Nah, it's a different scenario. Pay-per-view is something you watch and it's disposable. Buying Jordans, you can have that night, the next night, and the following.
That's what you say. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is black folks don't care nothing about no money.
350 to 500,000 fans that will pay $80. That's about the average for any.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing to the average black person. Don't believe what you see on TV, Jerry. We don't live like paupers. We live good in America. We spend $80 on weed and shit. $80 don't mean nothing to black people, Jerry.
Well, it does when it comes to buying pay-per-view.
No, it doesn't, Jerry.
White people.
It don't mean nothing to us, Jerry. We spend $400 and $500 on.
All you got to do is listen to Al Heyman. He knows better than you and I. And
no, he don't. Al Heyman worked for you.
And Al Heyman is the guy that will finance the fight if the fight.
Al Heyman ain't gonna finance nothing. Did you just hear the sister tell you he was financed by a hedge fund? Was it how many black people was on that hedge fund, Miss T?
The hedge fund? What you say about the hedge fund?
How many black people was on that hedge fund?
People buy.
I didn't know.
But it's not that. It's what will buy.
So Al Heyman don't work for black people. Al Heyman work for white people. That's the point.
Al Heyman runs PBC.
Al Heyman is the figurehead for PBC.
He is
the money run PBC. We're not stupid, Jerry. We know how America operates, Jerry.
Al Heyman is the major player at PBC.
Oh yeah, whatever. What does major player mean?
Over there.
Define major player.
His word, you can take mine.
I ain't gonna take none of y'all words, but both of y'all liars. He worked for you.
If they had money on it, they would have been done made the fight. It's
right.
The fight ain't been made because the money ain't right. The money for what they projected to sell, for what the fighters
did they not have $55 million for Canelo, Jerry?
Yes, because Canelo's a big star.
Canelo's not a big star, Jerry.
What else you got? Did Canelo not sell 550,000 pay-per-view against an unknown Russian opponent in his last fight? 550,000.
Not according to Leonard Ellerby, Jerry. Not according to Leonard Ellerby, Jerry.
Alvarez or AJ to Bud and Earl.
No. What I'm going to compare, what I'm going to say is that Spence Crawford is a bigger fight than Usyk Joshua. A way bigger fight in America. Now, over in Britain, which I know they'll watch Crawford.
Yes, in America. Fight. Yes, in America too.
Yeah, in America. Yep. So we ain't interested in Joshua in America. That's why Wilder didn't fight Joshua, because Wilder know that.
Wilder didn't fight Joshua because Joshua didn't. His people didn't want to match him with Wilder.
Wilder didn't fight Joshua. Wilder didn't fight Joshua because Joshua in America is a nobody.
He fought plenty of American opponents. He didn't fight Wilder.
It don't matter. It don't translate to the barbershops, Jerry.
Wilder is a bad matchup, and they know it's a bad matchup.
Bud Crawford want to fight Errol Spence right now because he's known as the man in the black community. He's going to
can you bring E-Thriller in?
I got it, man. He there. Welcome to the show, E-Thriller. I saw you come in. I was gonna wait for a break before I shout you out. As I always want to shout out everybody. E-Dog, Our Money, Extra O, everybody. Extra O, you still here, right? Who had dropped off?
No, that was Dion. Dion had dropped.
But E-Thriller, whenever you want to get in, you get in.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
All you need to know. When it comes to black fighters and making money and marketability, black fighters have been the very highest paid fighters in the history of boxing.
Yeah, wouldn't be no boxing without us.
They have also been historically the best fighters in boxing, and they've been paid accordingly. And I can give you a million examples.
They're not paid accordingly.
Hey, bro, why you won't let this nigga talk, bro?
Money off of Bud and
I don't listen to bullshit. That's why.
Why this nigga won't let this dude talk, man?
Because I don't listen to bullshit. I'm a black man, though. Keep the nigga remarks.
How the fuck are you gonna have a conversation with a guy?
I'm not having no conversation with him. I don't give a fuck about this.
To him then, bro. Shut the fuck up and let the nigga talk. God damn, you don't know everything about boxing, nigga.
I know a lot about it.
Is that your dumb ass? Hold on. Is that your dumb ass saying this fight gonna do $1 million?
Yeah, it's gonna do $1 million.
First of all, I don't think the fight gonna get made. But if it gets made,
you don't think it.
Hold on. I don't think it's going to get made. But if and when it gets made, I got $1,000 to bet you that the fight.
I'm gonna take that bet.
Pay-per-views. Bet.
I'm gonna take that bet. Now let's put some parameters on it. Let's say plus or minus 10%.
What is your motherfucking name?
Sensory Pictures.
Be in my comment section all the time, but don't want to click on the link.
Oh, I clicked on your link several times. What are you talking about?
You ain't been on my link. You ain't never been on
my
panel.
Sure, I have. Yes, I have.
Never been on my panel.
Yes, I have. And I frequent your channel,
we
too.
can definitely make that bet.
We showed that. In fact, we already have.
Nigga, that fight ain't about to do no goddamn $1 million views.
I just said, let's just make the bet.
Stupid, bro.
Let's make the bet.
Like
let's put some parameters in it. Let's say $1 million plus or minus 2%.
And let's bet.
Hold on, write your bet down. What's the bet? I'm just writing
$1,000 that the fight do $1 million views plus or minus 10%.
They're not gonna do $1 million, bro. They're not gonna do $1 million.
Shit, I done heard
They're not gonna do $1 million, bro.
Say what you want to say. I put like this. When it do the $1 million, then what you gonna say?
They're not gonna do $1 million, bro.
Okay, well,
I'll take that. Like that with the cash, bro.
I'll take that bet.
Jerry, take the bet. My YouTube channel is called Sensory Pictures. All you got to do is come to my YouTube channel, Jerry. Stay in touch with me. I'll take the bet.
Okay, good.
$1,000.
Hold on, nigga. I'm not letting you go to the Pro Bowl.
If the fight had $1 million pay-per-views on it, the fight would have been made by now. It would have been a made fight. There would have been plenty of money to go around. Problem with the fight, if the fight doesn't have enough money on it to go around. That's why they're not making a fight. They're not trying to figure out what size the ring should be or what ounces the gloves should be. The problem is the money ain't there to satisfy the fighters' purses. And at what you're saying, 1 million pay-per-view buys, there'll be more than enough money to go around.
I tell you what you do, Jerry. Put another $1,000 on it that the fight do get made. You said don't, I said do.
Shit, I want some of that. I want
You
some of
should
that.
have wanted some of the
Let's
first
stick to
bet.
our bet. Miss T, you see this nigga, he trying to deflect. Let's stick to our bet. You just said that Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford are going to do a million pay-per-view buys. Is that not correct?
What did I say to him, Miss T?
Okay, hold on. I'm writing it down as fast as I can, y'all.
Yes or no? It's yes or no. It's yes or no.
Now you can't talk shit.
$1,000. He said 1 million pay-per-view buys plus or minus what? What did you say?
10%.
10% what? Plus or minus 10% what?
Okay, it does either over 10% of over 1 million or 10% less than 1 million, but around 1 million buys.
Switching it up. No, I'm not going.
No, I didn't. That's exactly what I've been saying.
You said 1 million, bro.
That's why she repeated
it.
Bro, you said 1 million, bro.
Bro,
you said 1 million.
If you switch it,
here we
ain't got
go.
no bet. I'm
through talking to this dude.
Words.
Jerry, we got a bet, Jerry. Like I just told you, Jerry. Contact me on my YouTube page, Jerry. I'll give you my personal email, and we'll just have it like that, Jerry.
I'll want to make the bet, whether it's 900,000 or 1 million.
Thank you, Jerry. We got a bet. Let's contact me on my YouTube page. I think I suppose you got a channel too. We can stay in touch.
900,000.
Jerry, you don't want to bet me, Miss T. I got it. You don't want to bet me.
Nah,
I'm the nigga
I don't want to bet you.
Try to make the bet, but you don't want to bet me.
I don't want to bet you. I got to bet with Jerry.
All right, Miss T, I'll holler.
He said thanks for stopping through. Let me tell y'all what I wrote down, and I'm writing the date. So when y'all come back, if you don't pay or whatever, I said, Miss T, what happened? And I ain't saying nobody gonna pay or not. I always do this when people make bets on the show.
Right.
So it's $1,000 bet at 1 million views plus or minus 10% over or under. Jerry second that was saying he taking that bet, but he's saying he don't care if it's 900,000.
Right, because he know I'm saying around 1 million, about around 1 million pay-per-views.
Okay. So Jerry set the benchmark with 900,000. I think that's 10%. Is that 10%, Jerry?
Yeah, that's 10%.
That's minus 10% from 1 million. That's what it is.
That's minus. So 900 to 1 million to over. That's what the benchmark got to be. Today is the 28th of July. And then y'all made a second bet of $1,000 that the fight get made, period.
No, I didn't make that bet because I don't think
Jerry
the fight's going to get made.
Bet. All right, well, we'll let that bet go then, Jerry. We're going to just make the bet on that the fight do the views.
Here's what you got to know. If the fight was going to take place in November, like they've been rumoring, they have to announce it right now.
I don't believe it's going to take place in November.
Can't wait any longer. The logistics of scheduling a big fight.
Bro, that fight is probably going to happen. That fight is probably going to happen in 2023.
Let me say what I got to say, and then I'll listen to you.
All right.
The reason that you're about Keith Thurman and the reason Keith Thurman got promoted up number one is because pretty much they already know that this fight is not happening in November. If it was, they would have to announce it before the end of July so that the logistics of the scheduling the fight can be done, meaning the promotion, the hotel bookings, booking the site, and all the rest. There's logistics involved there. They take 3 to 6 months to accommodate a fight like that.
Yep.
If the fight was to happen in November, they have to announce it before the end of July. That's why you're hearing about Keith Thurman. That's why Keith Thurman got bumped up, because they're moving on. That fight is not happening in July. If you don't hear an announcement within the next 7 days, you can best believe that it's not happening in November.
I already told you, Jerry. I don't believe it's happening. I don't believe it's happening in 2022. I believe it's going to happen in 2023.
Look at the text. E3 said you don't want to make the bet with me though. This last call? Do y'all want to make? Because E3 wanted some of that. Did you want to make the bet?
He didn't want shit. He just talking.
Okay.
I tried to. He the one said the $1,000 at first. That nigga just talking. Now I'm talking to the man who said he won't to take the bet. He already did. I took it. Now it's a deal.
Pay-per-views or 10% less.
Yeah,
I will
that's
take
the deal. I told you. My YouTube channel is called Sensory Pictures. Come to
That's
it,
great.
contact me, and we'll just handle it like that. And it ain't nothing. Now, what I'm trying to point out is, so we can be clear, Jerry, I'm not saying the fight is happening in November. I don't know nothing about all that. What I do know is it's going to happen.
Well,
And it
I'm
ain't gonna
glad
happen
that
2
you
years
know
from
that,
now.
because not many other people feel as confident. The fight has been being negotiated even prior to Bud leaving Bob Arum.
You sure have. That's what they don't know, Jerry, but that's what I know.
They've been negotiating the fight before he even left Bob Arum.
You got it.
Fight still not made. There's a reason for that.
It is. Because Bud won't bend over.
Well, regardless, I don't know if Bub wants too much or if
He
Spence
don't
wants
want too much. He
I
just
don't
simply
really
won't
know.
bend over.
What I do know is that if there was plenty of money there,
If you watch Bernie the Boxer already told y'all this.
Fuck Bernie the Boxer. Well, he don't know no more than anybody else.
Yeah, I know this much. He know that Bud ain't bending over.
Bud ain't what?
Bud is not gonna get stroked by nobody.
But there's another thing in boxing called pricing yourself out. There's
He ain't priced himself out, Jerry.
what you're actually worth. And in the
I
past,
told you already, Jerry, the guarantees have already been figured out. The last little sticking points in this deal is got to do with servitude, meaning he wants more than 2 fights from Bud. Bud don't want to fight it. The last sticking points are the deal points, the terms, and the last sticking point everybody knows about. That's the upside percentages. We know this.
That's fine. But if Bud Crawford wants more than what they deem that he's worth, it's still going to cock block the fight. It doesn't matter what the court.
Yeah, you should be able to win. Yeah, you should be able to win $1,000 quite easily.
A lot of Roy Jones and Bernard Hopkins, and Roy Jones kept saying 60-40 to Bernard Hopkins. 60-40. Hopkins kept saying, I'm the middleweight champion. I'm a long reigning champion. I want more money. There wasn't a whole lot of money on Hopkins Jones. And so with what it was, very simply, Hopkins wanted more money than what the market dictated that he would pay. Now, I'm not saying that's the case.
Correct. Now, let me ask you this, Jerry. Do you think Bud is angling? Do you think Bud is actually angling for more than 40%?
I'm not sure the percentage.
I'm asking you from a common sense thought.
That's what we're all hearing.
You run a business?
Yes, I do own a business.
So you understand negotiations, right?
Certainly.
All right. Now I'm asking you, do you believe that based on your business knowledge, not nothing else they're talking about?
Has a higher pay-per-view accrement, so Bud has no leverage.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I'm asking you is I'm gonna just say it. Bud ain't trying to get more than 40%. He's trying to get to 40.
But you act like you know that, like you've been.
I do know it because I know business. He knows for a fact he can't get to 60. He can't get to 50. He can't get to 60. He can't get to 60. We know this. It wouldn't even make sense for Errol to fight him at a 50-50. Errol is going to lose. He knows it back. And know how he know it. He know it because he's saying, give me 60%. Or he's actually saying 80.
Well, I'm not going to speak on what they are asking for with specifics because I do not know. What I do know, Aaron, Steve Espinoza, the people at PBC, and Eddie Hearn all say that Bud is asking for too much money. That's 4 different entities saying the same thing. Eddie Hearn ain't got shit to do with it, neither does Bob Arum, but they're all saying the same thing. Bud is one of my favorite fighters. The matchup, like any boxing fan, I want to see the matchup just as bad as anybody else. But there's economics to a fight. There's economics to every fight. There's also leverage in every business deal.
This team proposed something.
Does not have leverage in this one. Errol has 3 belts, and he has the better pay-per-view, and that's the bottom line. Not going to be a 50-50 deal. If Bud wants that, the fight ain't going to happen.
Bud ain't even asking for 50-50. He's negotiating at 50-50 is the number that they're starting at. Now, here's the point. Miss T proposed something that was completely reasonable in the last show she had. that everybody seemed to ignore. But the point is what she said was absolutely reasonable. Now, they did opt to do what she said. What she said was pay the fighters what they made in their last fight, and so forth and so on. Why wasn't that never an option or being introduced? Why haven't you heard that in the media?
Do you know what, Bud, do you know what Errol Spence's guarantee was for his last fight?
As far as my knowledge about PBC business is he don't get no guarantee.
1.5. I was saying. So hold on, Jared.
That's what he got paid.
Let me clear it. I said take what they had that last fight, get an average and divide by 2. That's what I said. And just pay them both.
Because Bud Crawford's purse in his last fight was $6 million.
Yeah, and Errol Spence was 1.5.
Purse was 1.5.
So
he's no way going to fight with a guaranteed purse of 1.5.
That come out to 3.75. Either pay them $4 million or pay them 3.75 on the dot or pay them $3 million. That's why I say a compromise can be made. I'm saying each. That way, when you do get the back end from the percent, the pay-per-view split, they still gonna get a bigger check than they ever did before, and it's not gonna break the bank. It ain't 20 million, it ain't 15, it ain't none of those things. It's still gonna be considerably higher than either one of them have ever got. That's how I came up with a compromise. I'm just TT, y'all. I just try to think of something that I thought was fair.
Yeah, man. I mean, you don't think that they've kicked that idea around?
I don't know.
Around? Of course, they've kicked those numbers around. Steven Espinoza, the head executive at Showtime, said that Bud Crawford going to have to take a pay cut. Bud Crawford in his last fight got $6 million. So when Steven Espinoza, the head executive at Showtime, when he says Bud has to take a pay cut, you can best believe that means from $6 million, it goes down to $4 million.
And see how I came up with that? I said 3. Either 3, 3.75, or 4. Either way, because half of their pay, when you take an average of what both of them made, you come up with 3.75. It's not that much lower than what Bud got. It's not that much higher than what Spence got. It's fair. That's all I was saying. And I did have to ask you a question, Jerry.
But here's the thing. If Bud Crawford got paid $6 million to fight Sean Porter, what makes you think he'll take $3.5 million to fight Errol Spence in a far bigger fight?
What has to happen, Jerry, is that there has to be compromise. It has to be.
Yeah, but they're not going to take. He's not going to take half the money
I don't
he got
know
paid
that.
to fight Porter.
You don't know. None of us
Errol
know
Spence
that
in a unification fight.
But listen, none of us know that. But to get past this gridlock, people cannot act. People got to stop, because we live in this world today, but don't nobody like to compromise and meet people in the middle. You have to do it in politics. You have to do it in your house when you're raising children. Everywhere in your life, you have to make a compromise. I'm saying that.
I know, but we ain't talking about us. We're talking about these high-priced athletes.
Mm-hmm.
And you just said the other night, you're not going to tell a Bud Crawford how to value himself and what he thinks he's worth and this and that. To me, if I'm Bud Crawford, there ain't no way I'm fighting Errol Spence for half the money that I got paid to fight Sean Porter. There ain't no way I'm going to do that. I'd rather not take that fight and just move on. And that's probably why we're at a stalemate, because the numbers suggest that the fight is worth about the same, but the fighters know that the significance of the fight is bigger than that. And the potential of it selling bigger than that is there. I'll put that there. I could be wrong. I don't see it selling $1 million. Fuck no. But I could see it selling more than what the promoters project if they would get the fight made and start promoting the fucking fight.
What
it probably could sell pretty good. But
you know what I projected, Jerry? I said I project that they will at least blow past 500,000. But I did have a question for you, Jerry. You said that Eddie Hearn. I'm not familiar with the Steven Espinosa's latest interview, or even Jerry Glasser. I know a couple of people have brought him up, but Eddie Hearn, has he recently come out and said Bud was outpricing himself? Because I know you said that, and I was trying to think, was that recently to this situation, or was that something he said when Bud became a free agent? I just want clarification on that.
Yeah. It was a couple weeks after Bud and Bob Arum split up. that I've seen an interview on YouTube with Eddie Hearn, and he said that he meant, him and the Daz and people meant with Bud Crawford. Of course, Bud Crawford was a free agent at that point. He said that they met with Bud Crawford. He had a lot of good things to say about Bud Crawford. Said he was the best fighter in the world. But he said the interview didn't last long at all because the numbers weren't even close. The same thing that the PBC guys say. They're saying that the numbers aren't even close. And I don't give a fuck if you like Bud or if you love him. The bottom line is he could be a little bit off canter with what he expects to get paid. Do I know that for sure? Like, I'm in there? No, I don't know. I can only go by what these folks are saying. But when 4 different entities are saying the same thing and 2 or 3 of them ain't got shit to do with it, but they're still saying the same thing, I don't know that you can believe it 100%, but like where there's smoke, there's fire. Steven Espinoza, PBC, Bob Arum, they all saying the same thing, that Bud wants more money than what the numbers suggest that he could get paid. Now, I love Bud Crawford. To me, he's the best fighter in the world, and I favor him against Spence, at least right now. I go back and forth. I ain't going to lie. One day I think Spence going to win. The next day I think. Bottom line is Bud Crawford, like Marvin Hagler, he's not a popular fighter. He doesn't sell a lot of seats. That makes it hard to make a big fight like this. That's why we're sitting here as boxing fans fussing and arguing about it. We are talking about shit we don't even know about. The people who know about how to finance this fight and make it work ain't been able to make it work. And that kind of tells you, if you're paying attention, that kind of tells you all you need to know. Somebody is pricing herself out. It could be Errol Spence because, like you say, T, we always hear about what Bud wants, but we don't hear about what Earl wants.
Yeah, that because none of us are close enough to any of them. There's one YouTube content creator that I think really do have a close relationship or can get at Errol Spence, and I'm talking as far as content creators. And I'm not gonna say that person's name, but as I always say, and I listen, guys, I'm not Barbara Badass, but I do let y'all know who I am. I am a person who was formerly trained as an analyst, and I did it for 20 years. So I know I can hear the things people don't want to say. I can look at the body language a little bit. I'm not an expert on body language, but I know a few things. And I can tell you something that person said got me seeing it differently. Like I'm not as defeated thinking it's not gonna happen. But as I told my panel earlier, that I made my peace with it and I'm cool. I want to shout out to some of the people in the chat right quick, y'all. So because I always like to give recognition to people who come through my show. Zachy Rivers, thank you for coming to the show. This is the first time I've seen you. And salute to you, King. And he said, salute E3. Zachy said, salute to everybody in the chat. Extraordinary said, salute. Sensory Picture said, Miss T, why is Bud suing Top Rank for breach of contract, Sensory? It's not racial bias, it's breach of contract. We have to be clear when we put this out. Miss T is about debunking narratives that are false and calling lies straight out. I don't have to say a person's name to say who said that, but once I see the ball get rolling,
it's right on the front page of the lawsuit.
Hold on, but Jerry, I'm looking at the charges, and so people like in the post it's been revealed that that was a catchphrase, that was a headliner that they used to grab people.
It's right on the front page of the lawsuit. It's on the opening
Jerry,
page.
We still have to go by the charges. It's not one of the charges.
We're going by the charges, but
it's
we can't
not one of the
dismiss
charges.
That there's not racial narrative there because it's on the front page.
I'm saying that it's not. The charge is not racial bias. That's all I'm saying.
It's part of it. It's part of it.
The only way racial bias is going to come into play is when you talk about character or motive, and it will come up. It will come up in that suit. Don't get me wrong. It will be a part of that suit some way, but it's not a charge. There is no compensation for that charge. It's not a charge. Only thing close to it would be pain and suffering that he could get compensation for. Since we said, hit me up, Jerry.
It's motive. It's motive. Just what you said.
Hold on, Jerry. Sensory Pictures, you really think Bud versus Spence gonna sell 1 million pay-per-view buys? That's from E-Dog. And Sensory said Bud is suing to get a look at top ranks books. And that's going to happen. He's going to get everybody's going to get, it's going to become public knowledge, because when you sue somebody, there's discovery. And that's discovery on both parts though. That's discovery on Bud, that's discovery on Bob. And Bob got to open the books. And then Bob might have did some dirty deeds to some other folks, and people going to get to see that shit. That's what makes this whole suit to me beautiful, because now the curtain is going to be pulled back. But the charge,
Right.
Jerry, is breach of contract. That is the only charge. There's no charge or allegate or you know, I don't know what to call it, like a charge.
The motive. It's the motive, and it's on the front page. But here's the thing: Bob Arum has been promoting fights for 50 years. He promoted the Rumble in the Jungle and the biggest fights in the history of boxing. He's a Harvard Law School grad, and he's also a lawyer. He's been promoting fights for 50 years. Bud Crawford is a fighter from Arkansas. Who do you think knows better what those contractual agreements, what will stand up in court? Who do you think knows better, Bud Crawford or Bob Arum?
What it sound like? I'm gonna answer your question first. Terrence Crawford is from Nebraska, Omaha, Arkansas. It sound good, Jared. You could be top dog and a person all you want. If you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong. If somebody call you out on it, they call you out on it.
No question about it. But who do you think knows what the legalese is?
None of that.
Or Bob?
What you just said, it really don't matter, because if he put in writing that he was going to pay this man $900,000,
and he wouldn't know that. Bob Arum wouldn't know that. He wouldn't know that he's liable.
Jerry, you asked me, let me answer. If he put it in writing that he's going to pay this man, you can't just throw your hands up and say, "Oh, I ain't really mean it." Put it in writing. You got to be held accountable. And do people always?
But he wouldn't know that. Bob Arum, the lawyer, the Harvard grad.
If it wouldn't be a court case if he didn't do it. If Terrence didn't have standing, there would not even be the court case accepted. He has standing, Jerry, and you know what standing means.
Well, he's launching a civil lawsuit pertaining to contract. What he's claiming is Bob Arum not conforming to the contract. Who's going to know better who's conforming to the contract? Bob Arum or Bud Crawford? Who's going to know better?
The judge gonna know, because he's gonna read that contract, and that jury gonna know.
Legitimately owes Bud Crawford money to the letter of the contract. Is he not going to know that? Is he going to take it into court and have the books opened up when he knows that contractually he's obligated? Who's going to know better?
Jerry, it don't matter who knows better. Bud said he promised me in writing this, that, and the other, and he didn't deliver. Bob is getting sued. It will go before a judge and a jury, because Crawford requested a jury trial.
We'll find out.
And we all gonna find out. That's why you don't hear me tripping on it all the time. It's all the court papers. It's public. Anybody want to go see them court papers, pull them shits up. It's public records. You can see the charges and the allegations. It is going to be for a jury and a judge to decide. Really, a jury.
It's definitely obvious that, you know, Bob knows better. But after, like, just like you saying, Miss C, when the evidence and everything comes out, it don't matter who knows better, because the truth gonna come out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it matters who knows better when it comes to litigating it. If Bob Arum knew that he was contractually obligated, he wouldn't bother litigating it. He would pay it. The man is stupid rich. He's done thousands of fight contracts. He's promoted the biggest fights in history. Bud Crawford is a fighter from Arkansas who feels that he was wrong. Okay, if he was wrong, all he's got to do is prove it in a court of law that he was contractually wronged, that the terms of the contract weren't met. And if he can prove that, then he will get the money. And you know what? I say good for him. If he was wrong, he should get the money.
But
I'm going to tell you right now, Bob Arum ain't no dummy. Bob Arum has got all the cards there. And if he didn't feel like he could defend himself, he would just pay
and he
the
just
money.
he took a L. on what one of his tactics. He tried to do a snap
Wouldn't matter.
removal.
He's in a position to
tried
take an L because he's
Jerry,
got millions
I did
of
a
dollars.
video on this. He tried to do a snap removal, which is basically moving shit to another court. Because when you go to different courts, you know that the cap is where it is. Like I'm gonna give an example. Small claims court. You and your neighbor can have an issue. You could have cost your neighbor $10,000. Your neighbor ain't happy. Your neighbor gonna take you to small claims court. They don't got the money for lawyers. They don't want to be tied down to a long drawn out suit, so they go to small claims court. Where at small claims court, even though it was 10,000 or more damage, all that judge can give you is 5,000. So take that notion and apply it to snap removals and why people try to move the courts and try to drain you in legal fees and try to draw it out, because Bob pockets is deeper than Bud's. But when you got it at the state level, Jerry, they don't fiddle daddle around versus federal level and other levels of court. They get to it real quicker. You can't draw them shits out. They gonna get it done. And like you said, and I said, and a lot of folks said, if they can see in writing that Bud is telling the truth over Bob, he's gonna win. If Bud cannot prove it,
of course, if he
then
can
Bob's
prove
gonna
what
win.
he's saying,
the fact, hold on, Jared. Hold on, Jared. The fact that Bob is a shrewd businessman and his pockets is deep and he's got away with everything he's gotten away with in his life does not apply here. It's not applicable.
Sure it does. Don King was sued by hundreds of fighters. Guess how many times Don King lost? Just a handful of times. Tim Witherspoon is one. He was sued multiple times by fighters, and almost every time the fighters lost. There's just a handful of cases you can point to where the fighter actually won, and Tim Witherspoon is one. Beyond that, it rarely happens because these guys got high-powered attorneys. They know what they're doing when they write the contracts. They know exactly what they're doing. It's the fighters and their management that doesn't know. They oftentimes get whored. But the beauty of it is we're going to see.
Yeah,
my take on it is that Bob Arum owes Bud Crawford money and he legitimately owes it to him, then fucking A, Bud Crawford should get it, because whatever you agree to, that's what should be. But Bud has the onus of proving that Bob Arum negated the contract. That he's got to prove that he did what he's claiming, and then he's got to prove the loss. And if he can do that, he'll get the money.
And Jared, that's where we at with it. Jared, that's where we at with it. Nobody should get up in arms. The man feel like he was wrong. That's what we have court systems for. Nobody has a crystal ball and can tell what's going to happen. I can tell based on the little bit information and the tactics set. Because I said this a long time ago on E-Thriller's page, and he can vouch for me. I said he had to have standing, so that's how we know it's a real thing. Because they wouldn't even accept it and wasted their time, number one. Number two,
well, they accept any civil law. This is civil court. This isn't criminal court. This isn't criminal court. This is civil court.
Hold on, Jerry. You still have to have standing.
You can sue anybody for anything.
Jerry, don't put it out there like that. You still have to have standing to get it. Courts ain't wasting their damn time for no frivolous bullshit.
It's a civil court.
Courts are not wasting their time.
Hear a case of contractual disagreement.
So you act like courts don't throw out civil cases that are frivolous. They do it all the time.
Entirely frivolous, of course.
So what do standing mean, Jerry?
What's that?
Tell the folks what standing mean.
Yeah, the case isn't frivolous. He's disputing contractual agreement.
So do he have standing,
like
Jerry?
The court is going to hear it. A civil court is going to hear a contractual dispute. Especially one that's worth millions of dollars.
You don't want to answer that. Do he have standing?
What's that?
Do Bud have standing? You know what standing is, Jerry.
Yeah, they're going to hear it. It's a contractual civil lawsuit. You can sue somebody because you think their nose is too big. There's been frivolous lawsuits that have been heard in civil courts from cases that you can't even imagine how frivolous. This isn't even frivolous. This is a contractual dispute. He's disputing the contractual agreement, which is fair ground for a civil lawsuit, especially when there's millions of
All
dollars
it says
involved.
standing, Jerry.
That doesn't
Just say
mean his case
standing.
is strong.
Just
Just
say
means
standing.
he's disputing it.
Since we said Bud's main objective is to review the books, that may be. I don't know, but I think it is a tactic of Bud because he requested a jury trial. If it was a judge trial, just a judge, they could have did that shit in private or whatever, sealed it up. But when it's jury, it's gonna definitely be public records. I need Jerry
Of
to
course.
tell y'all, do we
And
have
it's wise
standing?
for him to
But
suggest
he don't
a
want to
jury
tell y'all
trial
that.
when race and race
Miss
is
T, Jerry.
of it.
Miss T,
Said,
I'm about to, I'm about to jump off. I got a couple things to do, take care of, and I just wanted to jump on. Hey, just so salute to you, salute to Jerry, salute to the whole panel. I'm about to get up out of here. Y'all have a good night, okay?
all right, thank you for joining. Extra.
Always.
All
All right.
I know. Yeah, Jerry, like I know Jerry feel I know you look at it like it's kind of crazy and you looking at the progress that Bob has had over the years. But nothing is too big to fail, Jerry, not in this country. And sometimes a lot of
Not at
people
all.
hold on, Jerry, I'm talking. A lot of people try and a lot of people miss. I could point to cigarette companies. Nobody thought that them people was gonna be successful, but they sure put Philip Morris on the back heels because they stuck to the course. If you have standing, something like this, you always tout Bob Arum's acumen. Shrewd, he's rich, his pockets deep. He know what he's doing better than Bud. Do the fighters know better than Bob and this, that, and the other? How the fuck do they have a legitimate suit in progress if Bob is all that? I'm not saying Bob ain't all that, but I'm saying you using that as a saying it, and maybe I'm hearing it wrong or interpreting it wrong. Just saying it like because Bob is who he is, all the success that he's had, this is tantamount to nothing. Bud has standing. He's not over asking for anything. I think the cap was 10 million. I'm sure if Bud wins, it'll be a little bit over that. But that's Bud. Bud is only asking what the man put in the contract. Now, why did Bob think that he could have control over EJ? I don't know. But Bob pitched that to Bud. Why he pitched it to Bud? Because Bud must have been clamoring and asking for the EJ fight all the time. And Bob was like, fuck, I gotta do something. I put it to you this way, Bud. If I don't get you that fight, I'm gonna give you $900,000 because I think that's the exact amount. But we rounded up to $1 million, 900,000, whatever. I'm gonna get you that money. If you don't get this fight with EJ, like I'm promising you, I can get it. But how do you promise something and you don't have control over that man? Bob don't own PBC. Bob don't own Errol Spence. He had no business promising something.
So what makes you think that Bob Arum would be that dumb to tell Bud Crawford that he guarantees him he'll get him a fight over a fighter he has no control over? This is a guy that's been promoting fights for 50 years. He knows how the business works. Now, if he told Bud Crawford, look, if I can't get you that fight, I'm going to pay you $900,000. If he contractually agreed to that, then he owes him that money. And you won't hear me argue 1 second against that.
Because
if that's what he said he would do, then that's what he should have to do.
That's what this suit is about.
However, I don't believe that Bob Arum is that dumb. Fuck, I'm not that dumb. He's a fight promoter for 50 fucking years. He's the biggest promoter in the business, really. He's not going to promise you a fight contractually that over a fighter he has no control over. He knows better than
that. But listen, Bob is getting up there in age. And Terrence obviously meant something to him, as far as money. It's like you had said, it's a lot of money we don't see. Whatever the case. It might have been, like you said the other day, endorsements of it all. Maybe Bud don't sell a lot of pay-per-views, but maybe he getting all this money with the merch and endorsements. All I'm saying is Bud has standing. He put a lawsuit in. It was accepted by the state. It's not going to be dragged out. and we're gonna have to wait and see. Now we have seen, as I predicted way before on E Thriller show, and like I say, E Thriller can vouch for me. I said Bob is gonna do a lot of motions and do a lot of stuff. He is a Harvard grad lawyer, and he's gonna use it to the best of his ability. He's gonna have a sweet ass law team with him, and they're going to try everything under the sun. They tried to move the case to a federal court where some of that stuff is more stringent, like some of the claims that Bud is trying to get. You can't really actuate that in a federal court. The place for it is the state level. So Bud has made some smooth ass moves, and and he's gotten his way. Bob tried his first tactic that we know of. I can only talk about what the stuff we know of. And what we know is that they tried to do a snap removal and the judge said no. Team Crawford 1, Team Bob Arum 0. So far. I'm not talking about the actual case because it hasn't gone to court yet that we know of. And we probably know after the fact because we knew about this snap removal little tactic for the fact. And if you look up snap removal when it comes to lawyers, you're going to see that it's a tactic. And it's a common tactic. I ain't mad at Bob for trying that. Bob got to do what Bob got to do. Bob don't want to open them books. I'm sure. I don't know that, but I'm sure he don't. Because it's like if somebody say open the books, they talking about the books, emails, everything. What if they open up an email and he going in on motherfucking one of his other fighters or Lomachenko, or he did Lomachenko dirty like 2 years ago? All that shit gonna be revealed. Bob don't want to open up the books, and nor should he want to.
Right. That's why if Bob knew that he owed Terrence money, instead of opening up the books and having all that can of worms, he would pay him the money because he has the money to do so. And he has the legal ease. He has the legal ease between his own expertise and his lawyers to know whether he's liable or not. That way he would just settle with Terrence.
But he tried that. That's another thing he tried. I don't know if you're aware of that, Jerry. He tried that. Terrence turned that down. Terrence said, I want a jury trial.
Open his books and reveal things that could incriminate him. He would just pay him the money. He would just
But Terrence has to accept it. You talking like Bob just the end all to be all. He can do that, Jerry, yes. But Terrence has to accept it. Terrence did not accept it. Terrence said, no, I want the trial. What's odd about that?
We don't know if Bob Arum tried to settle with him.
We do know that Bob Arum tried that.
Settle with him, they probably would have reached a settlement.
We do know that Bob Arum tried that because Terrence doubled down and said, no, I want a jury trial. That's how we know.
No, we don't know, but we're going to see. We're going to see how it works out.
Okay.
Now, I know in the past when promoters have gotten sued, Bob Arum, Don King, 9 times out of 10, they win. 1 time out of 10, they lose. If Bob Arum owes Bud Crawford money, he's going to have to pay him. Bud Crawford going to have to prove that he owes him the money, that he breached the contract, and if he can prove that, Bob Arum going to have to pay him, and that's just how it is.
Me personally, how I look at it, I think if it's all about just the actual proof, I think Bud got that on his side. I think that Bob did try to settle it out of court. I'm not mad at Bob for that because that's what a smart businessman would do. Everything you say in the past, everything that because I just told you why. Bud had to double down and say, no, I want a jury trial. Period. That if that don't tell you that somebody tried
to get it moved to the federal level, it doesn't mean
who tried to move it to the federal level. That was Bob, and the judge said no.
It doesn't mean that he tried to settle. That's
still
two different stories.
Point, Jerry. Bud, before that snap removal, Bud said no. I want a jury trial. That trial could have been sealed with just the judge. It could have been a trial with the jury. Bud doubled down. I want a jury trial. This is what I want. He is the person that's placing his suit. He can ask for what he wants, and he got what he wants.
That doesn't mean that Arum tried to settle with him, which is what you're suggesting.
I don't know how you don't see that.
No, what it means is Bob Arum tried to have it moved to a federal court and not have the jury trial, which is a common tactic, like you said.
No.
Bud Crawford didn't agree. The judge awarded him the decision to have it local. with a jury, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that Bob Arum said, "Hey, let's settle the lawsuit. You say I owe you 10, I'll give you 7."
As you
There hasn't
said,
been anything like that.
as you said, Bob is shrewd. He don't want to open the books, as we all say. Not just you, but we all say that we all agree there. Bud doubled down and requested, demanded, in fact, I want a jury trial. That's how you know there was some talk behind the scene. How the talk went, I don't know, but there had to
What the
be some
talk
talk
was is Bob Arum
behind the
wanted a federal
scene
trial. He
that
wanted a
there
state
was
and
going to be
local
a
trial.
settlement. Hey, Bud, you know what? You're right. Let's not go that far. I like you said, I'll give you 7 or 8 million, and Bud must have turned it down. I don't know what it could have been, the talks, but the fact that Bud had to double down, said, "Nope, nope, sir, I want a jury trial."
Double down on shit. He just requested a local trial with a jury over a federal trial.
It says not it's a state trial. It's at the state level. Local,
right. He wants it at the state level with a jury,
yes,
which is what he should want. And he won that battle, yes. And really, it's not a federal trial. It's not really, there's no precedent there for it to be a federal trial. But there's no point in us debating it any further. The thing is, we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm going to tell you straight up, if Bob Arum owes Bud Crawford money, I want Bud Crawford to get every penny of it with interest if he legitimately owes him that.
And this has already been hashed out. Fred on Barbershop Conversation, I'm going to shout out to him because he actually pulled up the whole paperwork. Heath Thriller pulled up some paperwork too. We all saw the alleged charges. We all saw it. And Fred, he read the whole motherfucking thing.
I read the whole fucking thing the first day it came out.
Right, okay. So people have seen the paperwork. It's public records. Now, what I will commend them on is we find out things after the fact. So as much as people trying to follow it, they being real good at telling you the after action report. And so that's, to me, that's a good thing, because then that way it don't have to be in the court of public opinion, and let it work out. Let justice be justice. Now, do I say 100% that Bud gonna come out with the victory? No, I can't say that. I don't have a crystal ball. But what I'm saying, if indeed in the contract Bob guaranteed him what he guaranteed him, and he didn't give it to him, then I don't see how Bud lose that. You write something down.
I mean, if he can prove that, man, by all means, he deserves the money. I'm always in favor of fighters getting the money. They get screwed so many times. And Bob Arum has screwed plenty of fighters, just like Don King, all these promoters. They've screwed plenty of fighters. So when the fighter wins, I'm all for it. So don't get me mistaken. If Bob Arum owes Bud Crawford money, Bud Crawford should not only get that money, he should get it with compounding interest.
But yeah,
so I got no problem.
But like you said, we're gonna move past Jerry, because we both agreeing to a certain extent. But you're looking at the past, and ain't nothing wrong with that based on the past, because you have to look at the past to know how you're going forward. I agree with that, and we know that Bob always come out on top. He kind of got Mayweather. He got Mikey. He got his way, and a lot of highfalutin characters that he had in his stable.
He lost a couple times too, just like Don King. Bob Arum has been sued and sued successfully by fighters in the past. But like I say, it's 1 in 10, right? Just like with Don King, it's rarely do they lose, because they know what they're doing when they put those contracts together. It's the fighters and the fighters people that oftentimes don't read the small print. They don't know like the promoters know. And this is why Don King was able to underpay Zab Judah by $1 million. I've heard Judah say out of his own mouth that Don King took $1 million from him, but he never sued Don King.
Yeah, and sometimes people, for whatever reason, maybe it's the cost of that suit, all the legal fees and this, that, and the other. But the more and more we look at Bud, I look at him as a man of principles, and that's not a hit on anybody else. You could be a person with principles or a person without principles and still be a decent, well-rounded person. But people who live on principles rather than emotions tend to fare better, I think, in life, because it's about the principle. You already know if this happened, then XYZ follows. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to get emotional about it. He who gets emotional loses. It's always the case in an argument, in a debate, in anything. He who gets real emotional always kind of loses the ground that they might have had or whatever points that they're trying to make. Because you can't think clearly. Nobody, man and woman, when you're emotional, and men and women are equally emotional. It might be the difference would be what you're emotional about, but equally, men and women are emotional. So the thing is, you get in these entertainment business, like you say, you gotta pay attention to details. You gotta pay attention to those contracts, what they mean. You gotta run scenarios in your head. Worst case scenario, if it works out like this, am I cool with that? And if you talk to yourself like that, you're in a monologue, and you're okay with worst case scenario, you'll never really feel like you're slighted because you had the opportunity to choose. It's when people be fugazi with you, lie to you, and get over on you, and then act like you ain't supposed to be mad. That's the thing I be having a problem with, just in my personal life. But I can relate to anybody who could feel that way, or these guys at PBC who have this contract with Al Heyman where they signing no non-disclosure agreements where they can't talk about shit and they got to do the party line and they can't as a grown man. I'm not questioning nobody's masculinity, but part of your masculinity is you being able to, as a grown man, make decisions for yourself without somebody interjecting and trying to make it for you or choose for you. And this whole thing I started with Keith Thurman and with the possibility of why they probably made that move with him. I think it could be four things, and it was disrupt or intercede between Bud and Errol, which none of the fans wants to see. That's why I had the thumbnail that looked the way it did. The other thing was to handle Buzz and Errol's Mandos that are barking at his ankles, at both of their ankles. No Keith in a way to have an answer for that, or just to be a gatekeeper at 147. Plus, you're in the PBC wheelhouse, so people got to come see you no matter who they sign with. And last but not least, or have him be a champion again, because we know that once either one of them win, Bud or Earl, we know what the next move. They're gonna drop them belts and move up. And Keith Thurman can be there to scoop up some belts. He'll be in better position. And PBC back in business again. Keith did PBC a solid. You have to remember they put him along with others put PBC on the map, and he did right by them. So maybe they have an affinity to Leo, to Wilder, to AB. Look at all the chances they keep giving AB, but they did them. PBC wouldn't be PBC unless those guys laid down the foundation. So PBC is doing them a solid. And as far as we know, the way I look at it now, I never thought Keith Thurman was ducking Earl in the beginning. But as time wore on, it do seem like a duck. So I don't have an argument for anybody who say it was a duck because years and years by. But I didn't understand if you make a comparison to how Earl responded to it back then to how Bruce Ennis responded to it now, because that's essentially what Earl and Bud is doing to Bruce and Virgil Ortiz right now. Bruce is more
Keith Thurman
calm.
didn't duck Errol Spence.
Who?
Keith Thurman was Mayweather's mandatory,
Yeah.
and he was in line for the Pacquiao fight.
But
Ain't no way you're gonna fight Errol Spence when you got those two fights right there at
But
your feet. And he
Jared,
got the
Jared, let me finish cooking. That's exactly what I'm saying. I just didn't go into detail. I don't think in the beginning. I think after the Danny Garcia fight, when Earl went and got a belt, and then Earl was still asking up until Earl stopped asking Keith. I think some people can make a legitimate argument, say Keith was kind of some duck shit, but I can't be mad at Keith. If I do, I have to be mad at Earl. I have to be mad at
Yeah.
Bud now because they
Exactly.
all do the same thing. That's why I'm not mad at it. I think
Yeah,
he wasn't
exactly.
going, just like what you was about to say. Why would he look backwards? Fighting Earl was looking backwards. And now I think that maybe this whole thing was a publicity stunt or a ploy to either bring, and Errol went along because it brought him notoriety, but Mayweather did not want to fight Keith Thurman for whatever reason. I'm not gonna call it a duck, but he didn't want to fight him, and that's why he threw Errol in his pathway. But if you look at how Boots respond right now to them not paying him attention, I think Errol would have been better. It would have been better for him to respond like that. We can always say something looking back in hindsight, but Errol was he felt a certain kind of way about Keith not answering his call. And look at all the mess that has transpired since. The same way I think that PBC is in Earl's ear, I think they could have been in Keith's ear. Nah, we ain't fighting that nigga. You the cash guy, whatever. And this gonna shock some of my white listeners. Keith is a black man, but he does have the complexion for the protection. And I'll say that about black people, white people, or whoever. But
Man, you
in the
are
end
tripping.
hold on,
in the end of the
day, and I'm gonna wrap it up. In the end of the day, Keith Thurman does have that. Now I don't blame the
Keith
person.
Thurman is a black dude.
Hey, Jerry.
He probably has
Jerry.
one of his white.
Jerry,
one of his
you
parents
cannot
probably white, but
Jerry, I'm cooking. I'll wrap it up in a minute. I do believe that, and black people know that that is a factor in our race, even if you don't know that. But in the
what
end
kind
of
of
the day,
protection did
in
Plant
the
get? He's
end
white with
of the
white
day,
teeth.
Jerry, in the end of the day, I
Right.
don't blame the person who has that complexion for the protection. I blame the peripheral and the people that do the devious shit and roll out the
Got
carpet
shit to do
and
with
do
it.
the unfair shit for that. That's their problem. The only way the person with the complexion for the protection gets blamed from me is when they start joining in the reindeer games and having a sense of entitlement and rolling with it. That's the only
That's
way.
pure
But
junk.
go ahead, Jared.
No, that's just junk. Caleb Plant was the IBF middleweight champion. He's as well as can be. He wasn't no big of a star than nobody. Nobody knew who he was. But he was a white champion in the middleweight, which is, a glamour division. He was a white middleweight champion, and he was unknown. Keith Thurman is regarded as a black fighter, really, although it's clear he's got white in his family. You can look at him and see one of
His
his parents
mother's
is
white.
likely white, but one of his parents is likely white. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter. That's not why he got ranked as the number one contender. He got ranked as the number one contender because he's only got one loss, and it was to Manny Pacquiao. He was a unified welterweight champion, and he's a PBC fighter. So they're going to keep him towards the top, just like they did Sean Porter, Adrian Broner, Deontay Wilder, any of their fighters that are marketable fighters, regardless of their skin color, because Plant wasn't a marketable fighter. Nobody really knew who he was, so he got in just where he fit in.
Jared, tell me when I said that what you just said, like just like that. I'm telling you, this man, and Keith could tell you himself. So we know this in the black community. Whether other folks know it who ain't black, that's y'all problem. We know that this goes on. You can be a black person, and because of your complexion, get complexion for the protection. You can have that. I'm saying if you want to call it marketable, Keith transcends everybody. He is the quintessential casual fan drawer. Latinos can identify with him. Blacks can identify with him. He's appealing to whites. I'm just saying, and PBC knows that. So when you say marketable, it is based on that somewhat. It's not the end of the world, Jerry. That's life.
It ain't got shit to do with it. It ain't got shit to do with it. Danny Garcia is equally as marketable, to believe the world and he's a works Puerto Rican fighter. The reason Keith Thurman is elevated and why he's top is because he has one loss. He's a two-time champion, and he has a level of notoriety that he's gained throughout his boxing acumen. Because his color, it's hard to tell what he is. You can't tell if he's white, black, Puerto Rican.
That's why he's relatable.
No, he's mulatto.
That's why he's relatable.
It's difficult to tell what he is. However, even if you say he's pure white, he's still not as popular as Errol Spence. Okay.
No, but
He's
you
still
making
not as popular
assertions
as
and
Errol Spence,
arguments
who is
that
a
I'm
black
not
fighter.
making, Jerry. You're making assertions and arguments that I'm
No,
not
because you
making
keep
to
wanting to
try
make
to
shit about
negate
race,
the
like Keith
fact that
Thurman
this
is
man
getting some kind
lives
of
on that
pad
privilege.
because
He lives on
because
that
he's white
privilege.
again.
But you know what, Jerry? Just as much as a person that's black can live on that privilege, it's distractors to that too. It's disadvantages. Oh, it goes
Ain't
both
got shit to
ways.
do with it.
He's catching hell for that too. He's benefiting from it and he's catching hell.
Ain't got shit to do
Listen,
with it.
I know
Nobody
what I
knows
see.
what color he really
I
is.
know what I
Just
see.
like Andre Ward.
They
Andre
give him
Ward
the
is
benefit
half
of the
white and
doubt.
half
I
black.
just
His
said
mother is
he
white and
laid
his
the
father is black.
foundation.
Andre's
Hold
a
on, Jerry.
light-skinned
I
black dude.
just said
Nobody ever gave a
I
shit one
just
way or the
said
other.
that he laid the foundation for PBC, so they have an affinity for him. I didn't say
But
that's
it
the
didn't have
only
shit to do
reason.
with his color.
You don't like it, Jerry, but that's the country we got. We was given
Now,
this
that's what
world.
you think.
We didn't make it. That's
what
the
you
country
think.
we
You
got.
invoke race in every single thing.
Because
And
race
it's a real
is in
handicap.
everything.
When you go out the door in the morning, it must be a little crippling to know
Oh,
that you're
Jerry,
already
but that's why
defeated
you don't
because you
understand.
convince yourself
I'm
that
saying this
race is gonna
respectfully as I
determine
can,
every
Jerry.
factor of
You
the
a
day.
white man and you don't understand, and I
I'm
really
a
don't
white man, right?
expect you to understand.
Okay,
That's
well, Keith
why
Thurman's a
I'm
white man. I
saying
guess
that
you don't
respectfully,
understand either.
Jerry. You cannot tell me about black experiences and women experience
that's
because
just
you
some
never been
bullshit.
one.
No,
I'm telling you what I know, Jerry.
I'm
That's
telling
not
you
a
what
negative. You don't like to
think
hear
you
it.
know, which is a convenient crutch. And it's a
It's not a
handicapping
convenient
crutch
crutch,
that
Jerry.
you think
You
that
would
you
love
think that
for,
you're defeated
I don't know what utopian
automatically.
world you live
The
in,
biggest stars
but
in
I
the
live
history
in
of
this
boxing
world
have
called
been black
America.
fighters.
And
Yet you keep
that does
selling
play
this
a
narrative.
factor in that. When you talk about marketable, it is. When you talk about singers and all that,
Nobody
if you
knows
got a
Keith
singer
Thurman's race.
that
Nobody's
it
ever
is
talked
about
about
race.
Keith
It
Thurman's
is
race.
always about
Nobody's
race.
ever said one thing about his race.
But
They
see,
don't
you
know what
take
he
the
is.
race and
The
you
guy,
take
the
it to
mulatto,
you take
can't
it to
tell
the
what he
card
is.
carrying
Nobody gave a shit about what
you
he is.
take it to the card carrying Ku Klux Klan and all that level. I'm not talking on none of them levels. You're not gonna convince me that this man don't benefit from his complexion. He's relatable, Jerry. I'm
Because
not
he's
mad at him.
light-skinned.
He was
He's
born
light-skinned.
perfect. God makes everybody perfect. You know I believe that.
Okay. Well,
I don't
Errol
care
Spence
what
is a
shell
bigger
you come
star in
in.
PBC
You
than
are
Keith
the way
Thurman.
you
What
supposed
did
to
he
be.
benefit from his complexion?
Who?
He's a bigger star than Keith Thurman.
Who?
Errol Spence.
Errol
Errol
Spence.
Spence.
See, listen.
Errol
Errol
Spence, the
Spence
black guy from
obviously
Texas.
is
He's
not.
a bigger star than Keith Thurman.
Errol
What
Spence
did
is
his complexion
obviously
do?
not. Because look what they doing with Keith. Did they not just move him up past Boots Ennis and all
You
that
think that's
unfairly
because
just
he's
so he can be
light-skinned?
barking at
That's why
Earl's
you
feet?
think? You think because he's light-skinned, that's why they did that?
Dude, I'm telling no. You're putting words into my mouth in the
Well,
way
that's
you
what
want
you're
to put
saying.
it. You can't hear me, Jerry, because you want to live in this world where complexion don't matter, and it does.
Right.
He gets benefits,
Right.
Jerry. That's all I'm saying. He also get disadvantages for being his color. Light-skinned people, it ain't all hunky-dory for them. They catch hell and they catch benefits. It is what it is, Jerry. Keith Thurman is marketable to PBC because he transcends all racial groups. He can bring the casuals in better than a Bud, better than an Errol, and they know it.
Well, he hasn't brought in the casuals better than Earl.
He did at one time.
Flat out.
He did at one time. You talking about
numbers.
today? The man been off. He been fumbling around and shit, and now he trying to come back. He been gone. Anybody else career, it would be you have to resuscitate that shit and put a goddamn
Right. Hold on.
damn
He's white. Why would they
oxygen
make him
thing
gone?
on.
Why would they keep him inactive? I mean, after all, he's got the complexion
Keith
for the
kept
protection.
himself
He's got the
inactive.
complexion for the
Keith
protection.
kept himself
Why
inactive,
would they keep
and
him
even
inactive?
doing that would have been a career ender for Earl or Bud. Keith kept himself inactive, and then he comes back and look, they catapult him to the top. Now I said this about Wilder. Wilder, let me tell you, he might not have the complexion for the protection, but Wilder brings money. Wilder, you cannot lie, he brings money. Neither do Floyd. Floyd don't have the protection for the collection, but Floyd, you guarantee he gonna bring $1 billion to Vegas. So money is the other part, is the other factor that can transcend that, because Wilder, what you know, is he's going to get money. But Wilder has a loss. And this team Wilder over here for me. But he has a loss. But yet, some kind of way, he is ranked number 1 in the WBC. Where they do that, Jerry? How they do
because
that? He just
he
lost.
is a PBC fighter of notoriety, just like Keith Thurman. You want to insist that race has something to do, but you're making my point. Deontay Wilder has remained at the top of the WBC rankings, and he's as black as a black man can get. It ain't got shit to do with him being black.
I just said why. The money.
Is his popularity.
He's
a popular fighter in the PBC banner. They're going to keep him somewhere towards the top because
Jerry,
they know that's where the money lies.
I know when we talk about on here, we want to act like race don't matter in this country, but it does.
Well, it doesn't matter. Not in boxing.
And you don't like to admit it.
What matters
but it doesn't.
What you control.
You can live in that utopian world, but as long as
I've been
a black person, I know what I've lived and I know what I see. And I know how shit goes. I know it when I see it.
Right in the
I know what I see, Jerry. I can't see it through your utopian eyes. I can't. I'm a black woman who lived this world. And I know what I see.
Utopia. Just look at the paychecks. What race of fighters have consistently made the most money?
And it's black fighters,
hands down.
In the end of the day, when you're marketable, as Captain G4 say, when you're marketable, i.e., you got the complexion for the protection, whatever, they will move mountains. If you are actually a cash cow, they will move mountains. You act like that's the only reason I gave. You act like that's the only reason I gave why they doing the solid for Keith. There's a whole lot of reasons that they could be doing the solid for Keith. Al Heyman got an affinity for Keith Thurman. I don't care what you say.
Well, he's a PBC fighter. He's a top fighter in the PBC stable. Of course, they got an affinity for him.
And I think it's more than Errol Spence, to be honest. And I think it's more than Errol Spence. Keith fell off. If Keith never fell off, and I really think that he was seriously hurt after the Danny Garcia fight. And I will venture to even say Danny hasn't retired him because we see him come back. So we can't say Danny retired him. But if ever it was a close call to Danny sending somebody to retirement, that would be Keith Thurman. Because I think he hurt him bad. I think he hurt him that bad that he had to rethink some shit, reshuffle some shit, and attend to his wounds for real. And I think Danny did that to him. So, you look at it how you want. I look at it how I want. I don't mean to call out the revolution or anything like that. Everything is not card carrying, white supremacy, Ku Klux Klan level. Everything ain't that. But this country.
So you believe in just a little racism?
Huh?
Not a lot of racism when it doesn't benefit your narrative, but a little racism when it benefits what you want to.
I believe when I see that card at play, I believe that as a black woman, I see it more than you probably do on a daily basis, and I believe it exists. Do I let I'm a dark skinned person. Jerry, you see my picture? You see my picture, Jerry? I'm not light skinned, but you think I'm gonna let my color stop me from going for what I want and getting what I want?
I'm not even going to debate that.
But do you think I haven't experienced somebody, turning me down or I'm being at a disadvantage because of my color? I don't let it stop me. In this country, you have the luxury to hang everything up on there and just go to war all the way with that battle. We can say it exists, Jerry, and keep it pushing. That boy is marketable to them because he transcends all racial groups. A lot of people didn't like Floyd because he's black. Point blank, period. And I'm talking about a lot of Latino people. Point blank, period. This in boxing, the people who bring race, and when I say bring race, meaning you can feel what you want about a certain race and feel what you want about how a person looks. But when you start taking actions to disadvantage somebody, that's when it's a problem. And in boxing, it is done all the time. And I'm telling you, especially the more corrupt it is, the more it's able, that door is open to do that. Even Floyd Mayweather said years ago, if I was a white fighter, I'd have been a billionaire. He said that years ago. So why would he say that, Jerry?
Yeah, because he didn't want endorsements and he didn't have them, and so he made close to $1 billion and made the most money of any fighter ever, white or black.
Cannot be racist.
Keith Thurman is not the star that Errol Spence is. Errol Spence is a black man from Texas. He's black, and a black man it needs to be.
Like this, Keith
Thurman is light skinned. They never have never marketed or said anything about Keith Thurman being white.
Any Latino that don't like black people, any Latino that don't like black people and try to destroy black fighters, if you line up Keith Thurman and Errol Spence beside him, they're gonna pick Keith Thurman every time.
Errol Spence is a bigger star. He sold more pay-per-view.
And Latinos will prefer Keith Thurman.
Sure he's got the title
fight. They will prefer Keith Thurman if Keith Thurman goes on a winning streak and start knocking folks out like he used to. They will switch. I'm telling you, Jack, that's just how I see it.
Yeah, because if he starts knocking people out, that's what's marketable.
That's the only thing that he did. He dropped the ball. And Dragon Leg said, Michael Fox, and that was last August. That was a year ago. Is a prime example. So stop saying race don't matter and complexion don't matter. It does.
Not in boxing. Boxing only cares about what you control. They don't care if you're from the Philippines or from Philadelphia.
Jerry, well, you know what I'm happy about? What I'm happy about is it don't matter to you. That's what, and it don't matter to me. I'm not picking nobody and giving nobody no advantage. I don't give a care what color they are. So it ain't with you, and it's not with me. But you cannot say that for everybody.
And he was the undefeated middleweight champion. How popular was he? Was he as popular as Keith Thurman or Errol Spence?
You don't want to accept what black people say they go through, what they see. I can't do nothing about it.
It's a convenient excuse. It's a convenient little crutch to say anytime something doesn't go exactly the way you think. It's convenient to say it's race is why.
This country is a superpower because of racism. Period. Let's start there. It's a superpower because of. Do you think I want this country to not be a superpower? Do you think I'm gonna dwell on the past and say no because it got it by ill-begotten means? I don't want us to have our status.
No, I
want us to continue to be the superpower. But that's why.
You think it should.
That's why any country that dominated over another race and got free labor out of them, that's why they're a superpower. If you look at all the superpowers, that's what happened.
France, Germany.
I said any country that's a superpower, any country that is a superpower, more than likely gained their prominence through free labor, i.e. slavery.
Well, that's fine. That includes.
And you don't want to accept it, Jerry. That's you.
That includes all the Spanish countries. If you do a little research, you'll see that so many countries that were involved in the African slave trade. It wasn't just the United States. It was all the Spanish countries, France, Germany, Poland, all over the world. They all did it back then. It was wrong. It was as wrong as wrong could be, but that was the way of the world back then. It wasn't just the United States, but the United States is the only country that fought a bloody civil war to end slavery.
Let me ask you
this,
other country
did that but the United States.
Let me ask you this, and I'm saying this respectfully. Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish. But
hold on. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Do you think that Jewish people should stop talking about the Holocaust? I don't, but do you?
I damn sure don't hear them crying about it nearly
as
much.
You don't?
As what black folks
do you
absolutely not.
Do you really believe that? See, you don't call it crying.
They're the richest
no,
race
you
in the
call
world.
black. See, Jerry, you're exposing yourself now, and I don't think you mean this because you calling black people continually talking about something as crying about it, but Jewish people continually talk about the Holocaust, and they should, because if you don't, it's bound to repeat itself. That's why I asked you
Very little. In fact, Jewish people are the richest people in the world, and they've been enslaved since the dawn of mankind. They were enslaved by the Romans 5,000 years ago. Jewish people have been enslaved more than any other race, and
the Holocaust don't mean nothing to them. It's an afterthought.
Well, of course, the Holocaust not going to go away. I mean, that you're talking about genocide to the tune of
And
thousands,
you don't think
hundreds
that
of
shit
thousands of
means
people.
something to them? Is what you saying?
I got Jewish clients all day long. Of
That
course,
shit
they don't
means
forget
something
about the
to them.
Holocaust. That's
They
part
not
of their
fucking
history.
around with
They're
that
not going to
shit.
forget about it, but they ain't out there crying about it neither.
Stop
They're making their
saying
own way,
crying
and
about
they
it.
own the
Just because,
banks, and
Jerry,
they
that's
basically run
insulting.
boxing.
Jerry, I'm trying to help you. That's insulting. They're not crying
Helping
about
me
talking
because
about the truth.
you're uneducated
They're
about the
not.
fact.
They're talking about something that actually happened, and it means some whole families were wiped out. Ain't no crying about it. You talk about it till you talk about it 10 times more than you talked about it before. You turn your next generation on. You don't ever let it go. Because if you do, it could happen again. So that crying about it, I'm sure Jewish people listening probably wouldn't like that you saying that they crying about it. I don't classify it as crying about it. It is something real that happened to them. And it was
Of course it
horrific.
is. Of course it is. And I got no problems discussing what's real and what's happened. But I got big problems when it's falsely propped up as a crutch and a narrative for any little thing that doesn't go the way you see. So you think Keith Thurman was escalated to the WBC #1 contender by your own talk. You think that because he's light skinned, he's a light skinned black guy.
Get it correct,
I'm here
Jerry.
to tell you
I
that ain't
get it
got a
correct, Jerry.
goddamn thing to do with
I
it.
said that's one of many factors. Don't paint that picture, Jerry.
Well, that's exactly what we're debating here. We're debating what you said
an
about his
inaccurate
skin
picture
tone.
as if I'm saying that's the only reason. There's a lot of mitigating factors. I just gave y'all 4 that had nothing to do with race. I just gave you 4.
To do with race.
Huh?
It's got nothing to do with race. Errol
It
Spence
does
is black, and
in
he's
a
a
way. Oh
bigger
my
star
God.
than
Okay.
Keith Thurman. They're both promoted by the PBC, but Errol Spence has 3 titles that they lined up for him to get. He's a bigger star, he's done bigger numbers, and he gets bigger promotion, and they've kept him busier. Keith Thurman wasn't not fighting because he didn't want to fight. All you got to do is look at the YouTube videos of him training, and they ask him, when's your next fight? And he says what so many fighters say. He says, I'm just waiting on a phone call. The PBC shelves fighters. They've done it to Gary Russell. They've done it to several fighters, and they shelved Keith Thurman. But now they're trying to bring him back in prominence, and the reason he got elevated is a simple reason. He's
Yeah,
a
you like
top
to think
PBC
that this
welterweight.
good old America is that simple.
Sean Porter done moved on. Danny Garcia, Porter retired. Danny Garcia moved up. They don't have much left there. They got Keith Thurman. This fight between Earl and Bud is not going to materialize. It doesn't look like. So they're going to angle to make Spence versus Thurman. They put Thurman up there because he's their next guy. That's all it is. He could be a little whiter than what he is, and you could say,
Jerry,
well, it's because he's a little bit whiter than Errol Spence.
Because I don't want you to
really
say nothing insulting. I don't want you to say nothing insulting. I don't want to say nothing insulting. But we're going to have to agree to disagree. I respect you, brother, but, you know, this is something that you would never convince black people of because we live it every day.
Well, I'm not trying to convince black people, just you, because the guy that was on the other
I'm
night
black.
was in
I'm
total
black,
agreement
by the
with
way.
me.
I'm black, by the way,
that
and you
your
will
racist
never,
bullshit is just
ever
that.
change that and change my mindset. I know what I see. I know what I
Well,
experience.
you know what you believe, and
I
you're
know
caught
what
in your
I
feelings,
see, and I
that's
know
you're
what I've
convinced of.
experienced.
So,
It ain't nothing
yeah.
about believe because
when
the believe
we
can
were
be
on with
wrong.
Big Fish the other night, he told you the same thing that I'm saying.
Who?
And you know, he told you the same thing, and but you want to be stuck on that. You want to believe that.
Jerry,
so I'm never
you
going to
can't
convince you because
stand.
that's what you want to believe.
Listen, Jerry, you actually take a racial comment that's in the racial realm, and you make a mountain out of molehill, and it ain't that big. I didn't make it that big. You take it like it's all slavery and all all
I'm
car
just
carrying
what you're saying.
Ku Klux Klan type people. You're not gonna convince me that Keith Thurman do not get favor because of what shell he comes in, and it's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not a light skinned people have the same issues as a dark skinned person have. There's advantages and disadvantages. Keith Thurman is marketable as Captain G4. Maybe that's a better word you like to say. But he's marketable. But why? Because Latinos can relate to him, whites can relate. He's appeasing to them, and blacks can relate to him. He
Total
falls
garbage.
in everybody's
I never
category.
once looked at him
More,
and thought
and he
anything
will
about his color.
always catch favor and the benefit of the doubt. And boy, did he just catch favor here. Now, the only thing that can beat that bullshit is that my almighty dollar. And that's what we bring in Deontay Wilder. Because the Deontay Wilder fight, there's money that's going to be made. So that's what I'm saying, Jerry. You want to turn it into slavery talk or whatever?
You
I can't.
are the one that's turning it in. You
No,
are
you
making
don't
it
like.
about race. I'm
You
telling
don't
you,
like
it's not
nobody
about
to
race.
talk about
it's about
race.
money.
But race
It's
is a
about
part of
money.
America.
Boxing promoters don't care what color you are.
Really,
They care
that's
how
why
much
Michael
you
Fox
sell.
lost.
So if you're Deontay
That's why
Wilder
Michael
and you're as
Fox.
black as a black
That's
man
why
can
Michael
be,
Fox
but you
last
sell,
year
then you're going
lost
to get favor.
his fight.
That's what it comes down to. Nobody ever even questioned what color Keith Thurman was because it's too hard to tell. I watched him, never once thought about what race
That's
is
you,
he,
Jerry.
or why did he get
That's
this title
you,
shot?
Jerry.
You know, Caleb Plant is as white as a white boxer can be.
And Caleb Plant made $10 million, never having done a pay-per-view. They could have easily, pay-per-view, could have easily, PBC, I'm sorry, could have easily paid that man $2 million like you pay everybody else. They paid him 10. Talking about Caleb Plant.
Paid who?
I'm talking about Caleb Plant that has no metrics to guide why he got $10 million
He fought in obscurity. He was a middleweight champion, undefeated, and white. That's a glamour division.
I didn't say that. Oh my God.
Okay, but the
this
point
is what. See, that's why I say.
Race,
that's why I say. That's why I say your head. You hear stuff, Jerry, and you write a whole nother script. I said Caleb Plant, point blank, period, never had a pay-per-view before that. They could have easily gave him $2 million. If you look at Bivol, what did Bivol get a guarantee of? What did Bivol get a guarantee of? He got a guarantee of $2 million. Caleb Plant could have got that too. Neither one of them have had a pay-per-view before. Neither one of them have any metrics to show why they should get $10 million guarantee. I'm not saying he shouldn't have got it. Get all your money. I was rooting for Caleb Plant in that fight. I'm saying that those things matter. They do factor in. When you're trying to sell an artist, you can have an artist. You got to sing like Aretha Franklin or something. And I'm not saying she's not attractive. God rest her soul. But you have to be a singer on her level. If you was let's say, an unattractive, unappeasing artist or whatever, ain't nobody buying your shit. But if you if you can sing like her, you're gonna make your money. But we know that it's even with actors. If you're not an attractive actor, you got to be a hellified actor to make some goddamn money, because they go by looks, Jerry. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck.
Of course, looks.
In this country, the fairer you are, the better you will do.
Like Ali, right? Or Ray Leonard, and good looks transcends. I'm telling you, you need to. So Ali didn't give Joe Frazier a hard time because of what he looked like and his color. Of course he did. Did.
Yeah. So Jerry, your point is
argue that looks don't matter. Your point I'll tell you straight away, looks matter.
He said, "Come on, Gorilla, you and Manila,
a good-looking black guy or a good-looking Spanish guy or a white guy, and you're going to get favor, whether it's boxing or acting or selling music. It doesn't matter. Good looks transcends all of it. But in boxing, it comes down to what you sell. It doesn't matter if you're a Filipino or if you're an
Ryan
Asian.
Garcia gets the praise he gets because he's a good-looking kid, and he transcends. I can say it. I'm a black woman. He's a good-looking kid. Latino women gonna, of course, say that. Or Latino people. Period. I'm gonna just say people. We can look at Ryan and say, yeah, he's a good-looking kid, and this is why he catch favor, because he transcends racial
and you won't hear
barriers.
Me disagree with that.
Okay,
you won't hear me disagree with that, but I also would say the same thing about AJ. AJ is a good-looking dude. He's a big, bulky, good-looking dude. He's heavily muscled, and people like to look at that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Jerry.
You ain't gonna hear me argue that.
Hey, listen, AJ, Jerry, I'm proud of you that it don't matter to you. but you ain't the only one. And I've lived this earth a long time, just as long as you. And I'm telling you what I know and what I see. Nobody's gonna take away my experience and what I've seen. Not you, not nobody else. I know what I see. It's not the end of the world, people. I'm not saying it like it's the end of the world. I do not let my color stop me from doing anything. I try and try again. And that's what you're supposed to do. Now you can't be responsible for what people do on the peripheral of you, but you can feel a certain way that shit goes on. That motherfucker Keith Thurman is marketable to them because of what he transcends. He will be if you line him up
You
with
sound
all
so
them
silly
fighters.
when you say that.
Huh?
You just sound so silly to suggest that.
I know, but
You
I
know,
know, Jerry, because you don't have those experiences. I know I do.
nobody's ever even questioned
Now, no, don't
what
say
race
nobody
Keith
because
Thurman
you
is
can speak for
because
yourself.
he's a
You can
mulatto. It's
speak
hard
for
to tell,
yourself.
and nobody's even really,
You
and
can
he's never
speak
sold
for
it. He never comes
yourself.
out, acting like a white guy or
You
acting
can,
like a black
Jerry.
guy
I can't help it
or
if that's
Puerto
a
Rican.
sore, if
He
that's
just
a
acts like
contention
Keith
for
Thurman,
you.
and that's fine,
I
and that's
can't
good
help it
stuff.
if it's a contention for you, Jerry. But you speak for yourself. I'm speaking for myself. I know what I've seen in this world. It don't change, and I live
Right.
just as long as you, and it don't change. And I don't care what
Okay.
state I've been in. It don't change, and I don't care what discipline I'm in, whether it's school, military, or whatever. It don't change. So boxing is the same thing. Football everywhere in this country. When you talk in America, this is what you got to face. And it's point blank. These are Americans we talking about, and they with an American company. And guess what? That shit is going to be applicable. To what
Okay,
degree? I
so
don't
in
know.
American boxing, the highest paid fighters in the history of American boxing have been black fighters. How does that jive with your racist narrative? When historically and consistently, beyond question, the very highest paid fighters have been black fighters. Because according to you, it's race and it's the tone, the melanin in your skin that dictates. And when I can name you
I didn't say.
some very popular white fighters like Klitschko, who dominated the heavyweight division for 10 years.
And
During
what
that time,
happens to
he was
most
nowhere
black
close to the most
athletes?
popular fighter.
What
He was
happens
the
to
heavyweight
most
champion.
black
He was a dominant
athletes?
heavyweight champ. He
What
was nowhere
happens
close
to
to the most
black
popular
athletes?
fighter.
Joe Frazier died penniless. At one point, George Foreman
That's
was
because
broke.
Joe Frazier blew his money.
At one point, Muhammad Ali was broke and was going to jail. So that's the narrative too.
Ali made more money than any heavyweight of
Floyd
his era
Mayweather,
by about 10
even the
times
great
what
Floyd
any heavyweight
Mayweather
made.
went to jail. Sugar Ray Robinson and Joe Louis had people giving them stipends like Frank Sinatra, bless his heart. Because why? But you don't hear those stories on the other side. You don't.
Those guys
So
made more
stop
money
it,
than
Jerry.
anybody
Stop it.
around them. Ali made
Stop
10
it.
times more money than any
And
heavyweight
Ali was
close to
broke
him.
at one point in his life. But that
Well,
don't
at one
happen
point in our
always
lives,
on the other
we're all
side.
broke. Ali
Yeah.
spent most of his life a rich athlete. He got
Okay.
paid more than anybody around him, 10
Okay,
times
Jerry.
more. He got paid 5, 6 times more
Okay,
than
Jerry.
Joe Frazier, Jerry Quarry,
That's
any of
why
those
he was doing
heavyweights.
speaking engagements to make ends meet.
Ali got paid more than anybody. It wasn't even
Jerry,
close.
you like to talk about the good times. You don't never
I'm
want to talk
telling you
about the bad
facts.
times. I didn't
You
say
tell
he
me
never.
what
I
heavyweight got
never
paid
said.
more than
You
Ali
act
when
like I
Ali was an
said
active
Ali
heavyweight.
once he
You
got
name
on.
one
You
guy.
act like I
One guy
said
that
once
ever
he
got a
got
paycheck
on,
bigger than Ali.
he always maintained the whole time. And you know damn well that is not the truth. There's ups and downs.
What's
There's
not
ebbs
the
and
truth?
flows. But it don't
Tell
happen
me
all the
one
time on the
heavyweight
other
that got a
side.
bigger paycheck than Ali when he was
Jerry,
active.
listen, I can't help you with this. I
You
can't, and
can't.
I'm not trying to
You
change
can't.
you, and you won't change me. I know what I
Mike
live.
Tyson.
You
Nobody got
cannot
bigger
let me.
paychecks than Mike
You
Tyson
cannot
when he
get
was at the
me
top.
to
You got the
see
biggest
life through
paychecks in
your
boxing. Floyd
lens.
Mayweather,
And
George
you can
Foreman,
change
Evander
what I
Holyfield,
said.
Sugar Ray
You can
Robinson, Joe
disregard
Louis.
the other 4 possibilities that I said that Keith Thurman was moved up and act like I didn't say that. But then you want to act like I can't look at what I see and knowing the experiences that I've had for 50 fucking years
Well,
and
what do you
say
see? I got 50 fucking years
that
of
Keith
experience
don't
too.
not that
What
Keith
do you
is
see
not
that's
getting
telling you that?
some kind of advantage in that regards. He transcends, dude. Latinos will like him. Blacks gonna like him. He's appeasing to the eye to whites. You don't like me to say it, but it's true. This is why you gonna put stock in Keith Thurman. This is why you're gonna hedge your bets with Keith Thurman. This is one of the reasons, along with the other 4 reasons that I gave that has nothing to do with race. But you just want to say it's all just because of race, because I brought the racial
I'm
element
not saying
in
that
it.
it's all just because of race. I'm saying the problem I have is that you are making it race when the race ain't got nothing to do with it.
To you, Jerry. But that's your life. I'm glad you got
I
to
know,
live.
because you ain't
I'm
no
glad
face
you
into
got to live a
everything.
life where
Anything
race
that
is not a
doesn't
big
flatten out
deal.
the way you think it should, you throw
I'm
race right
glad
away.
that you got to live your life where race don't matter, and that's a good thing, Jerry. I'm glad you got to do. But for me and a whole lot of other folks, we don't get to do that.
Because I don't wake up defeated. I don't wake
Yeah,
up
I
knowing
don't
that
either.
I've
I
created
don't
a
either.
monster that doesn't exist.
I don't either.
I
I'm
don't
a
wake up
big
thinking
success.
that the whole
I
world is shifted
took
against
lemons
me
and made
because
lemonade.
the color of my skin.
I took lemon
I
and
know
made
that if I get
lemonade.
out
So
of
I'm so
bed
much
with a good
further
attitude
than where
and
I
I face the day
started.
with a good attitude,
But Jerry,
I'm gonna have
you
a good
have
day.
that luxury. Good for you.
Oh, it's just like the black folks that live around me. They're working middle class black
Hey
folks.
Jerry,
They got 2
you
cars
got
in the
that
driveway.
luxury.
They got a nice home, and they live in the American dream. Their forefathers paid a heavy price for it, and they're
Jerry,
living the
you
American
see
dream.
what you want to
And
see.
they ain't asking nobody to
You
give it for
see
free,
what you want to
but they're not
see.
blaming anybody
But you
either.
cannot.
They take
And again,
responsibility.
that's insulting, Jerry. I'm trying to help you. That's insulting.
But you're not helping me because you're the one that needs the help.
No,
you need to give
help,
up the
dude.
racist narrative.
You the one who
that
need the motherfucking
things
help.
don't work out.
You need the help. You trying to help? I ain't the motherfucker that need help. You need help. Jerry, stop it. Stop it. I'm happy that you had the life that you
because
have.
it's been bothering me. Because I keep hearing you. I ain't never heard you praise a white fighter or a Latin fighter.
Oh my
you got
God.
Nothing but hate
oh my God.
for white and Latin
oh
fighters.
my God. I pray I don't.
Fighters
I
can't
don't.
do no wrong,
I'm probably the only person that's bigging up Isaac Cruz. So probably, and
like
everybody who been in here knows
it's
that.
all about
I've been doing it since last year. I don't. Right now, I don't have a white fighter that's the big, that's the goods for me. But I don't give a care what color you are. If you put in that work and you get in that ring and you show and prove, Jerry, you live in that world. I'm happy for you. I'm happy you got to live a carefree world where race didn't hinder you. I'm happy. I'm happy for you.
I guess.
ATL Queen, what's up, Shawty? What's up,
You
King?
live in squalor.
Hey, Jerry, I'm happy that you got to get the life that you have. Some of us don't be so lucky. We was given this world, we didn't make it. And my Tupac voice, you don't like to hear it, but it's the reality. You talking America, dog. I don't let nothing stop me. I don't care nothing. That's why I got degrees, because I was like, no, look, when you tell me, I know it ain't no point in even saying it. You don't have my experience. If you did, you would sound just like me. But you don't.
You sound like you're living in squalor. Like
I'm not, but I don't know where you get that from. I don't know where you get that from, because everybody in this channel know that I don't live in squalor. I'm retired, have been for a minute, and I ain't working, and I still haven't dropped down in the way I live.
I'm 53. You're younger than me, and you're already retired.
Yeah.
How oppressed you must be.
I don't let nothing stop me, Jerry. Mm-hmm. Not everybody is going to act that
Keith
way.
Thurman.
Not everybody, but the majority of the people. We talking America, Jerry.
Not every white person is successful either.
Not every white person is going to adhere to those old things and have those old notions. Not everybody, Jerry. Just like you said, you don't care what color they are.
Nobody.
I'm happy that you are one of those people who don't care. But you can't speak for a lot of other people.
No,
you can't speak for a lot of other people.
It's just I grew up around black folk, and I currently live around a lot of black folks. They're upper middle class and middle class working black folks, just like me. They got 2 cars
I live
in the
around
driveway,
white
they
folks,
got a decent house,
and they just like me.
Work every day, and they're living the American dream.
And I live around white folks, and they live just like me, and they live in the American dream. And I also live around white folks that can't stand my guts.
To get in the way of their own success. They're going out with a good attitude to get the job done, and that's what they do. And that's why they have successful.
Jerry, it's not that simple. But you would like it to be. I get it. You would like it
No,
to
it ain't
be.
what I would like to be. It's what
Yeah.
I see right around me.
Hey, you know what?
So I don't.
And just
And
like
it is
you
what I like it to
see,
be because to
and
me,
just like you
those black
see, and
folks,
I
those
accept it.
forefathers paid a
Jerry,
heavy
I
price
accept
for
your
them.
purview. I accept it fully. I'm telling you my purview. And you gets mad at my purview. And
Because
I
you
can't
invoke it
care.
in everything.
Jerry,
Everything's about race.
because it's everywhere.
No.
Yes, it is. It
Now, you
is.
keep telling yourself that, and it's a defeatist mindset.
Okay, Jerry. I guess.
And you are living proof of it because you're not even 50 years old and you're already retired. So if the oppression was what you say it is,
Jerry,
how come it didn't affect you?
you know how many people in my family?
Because of what?
Do you know how many people in my family?
No, I'm talking about you. You're black.
No, but
you're telling me
you
that
made a
oppression
statement
is
that
such
don't
a
make
big thing.
sense.
Why didn't it
I'm one
affect
of
you?
hundreds, and I fared okay. But what about the other 100?
Well, what about the hundreds of white people that are poor?
Well, Jared, say that. I mean, again, you see your point of view. You see life through your
No,
lens.
but it's just the
I see it
reality.
through mine.
There's tons
I've
of white
walked this
people that are
earth
poor.
as a young black woman, and now I'm older, and I'm telling you, it don't change. I see what I see.
Well, how was it you were able to retire before the age of 50?
Jared,
You know how many
was
people
it
can
that
do
Floyd
that?
Mayweather,
Most
who
white
didn't get a
people
high
can't
school
do
diploma
that.
and become a billionaire?
Okay,
What you talking,
okay,
Jerry?
right. How easy is it to become a billionaire, white or
It's not
black?
easy. But you think
It's not,
that
it's
this
not
whole
out there
world,
for
you
everybody to
think that
become a
it's not gonna
billionaire.
be no black people that be successful? You think that's what I'm saying? See,
What's
that's
that?
what you hear. But
No, I'm hearing exactly
you're
what
not
you're
trying
saying.
to understand
Just
it on
doesn't
a
add up.
subatomic level. You're not. You hear that those are the complaints, and therefore that means every black person. Yeah, I
No.
don't think of it like that. I don't think every white person. I don't think every white person is racial. But I know enough of them are.
Well, that's the thing, though. You, like a lot of black folks, have been convinced over the last 5 years with the narrative of the Democratic Party that white people are out of the way racist, and it's just not true. Was it
But the
once true in this
Democratic Party,
country?
what you
Yes,
mean?
it was.
What
Back
you
before the
mean?
60s, and of course during slavery, of course. And you would never hear me defend any of that. But since the civil rights movement of the 60s, whites have been doing very good with black folk. We've been living together, working together by the millions, schooling together by the millions. When you see these protests for Black Lives Matters, typically there's more white people out there than there are black people. And that's just a fact. And the Civil War, you can find many countries that participated in the African slave trade. You won't find another country that fought a civil war to end slavery,
Yeah, y'all
just
did
the
us a
United
favor.
States. And the reason is because even then, most white people were against slavery. The Northern Republicans were against it, and the Southern Democrats practiced it. And good won out over that evil, and slavery was ended. And it took a civil war to do that.
Let's not act like the Civil War was just about people having differences of like the Northern and Republicans just wanted to end slavery and the Democrats wanted to keep it on. It was more to that, Jerry. But don't put that out there.
That was the main reason. I mean,
that was not the main reason. It's called the 3/5 Amendment. It's called the 3/5 Amendment. And when the Civil War ended, you had the black codes that moved on to Jim Crow, and Jim Crow can arguably be said still exists. Jerry, I got a history degree. I have a history degree, Jerry. I have a history degree, and I read.
You know who was responsible for the Jim Crow laws? It was the Democratic Party, the same party that practiced slavery.
Listen, there was a lot of people that wasn't politicians that was responsible for Jim Crow and kept it going.
It came from the Democratic Party. Jim Crow was a Democrat. That's where the
Jim Crow was a fictional person.
That's where segregation came from the Democratic Party. The KKK
he was not a person.
Party.
He was not a person, Jerry. Stop it.
All of it was Democrats. Every piece of it.
Yeah, you hate Democrats and Republicans today love black people. Yeah, that's why they try to stop. That's why they do the shit that they do at the border with the Latinos. That's why Trump have said the things he said. That's why they they put together all these laws and all that to stifle people.
Those Latinos coming
Yeah,
across the border.
yeah. Let's not make it about politics.
You know who gets hurt the worst by the Latinos coming across the border? You know who suffers worse from that?
Mm-hmm.
The very minority that we're speaking about, black minority.
Really, how they get hurt? Because I can tell you, Jared, ain't a black person out here racing to come back to the field. I can tell you that right now. Money or no money. We ain't running back to no fucking fields. So they ain't hurting us. They coming over here taking who jobs?
You can believe that if you want.
They coming over here taking who jobs? So you believe that black people is itching to be in the field?
Anytime a minority,
you think that's what we itching to be?
Another minority,
come on, dog.
It hurts the minority that's in place.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
The number one minority in the United States, and now they're the second minority, second to Latinos. And guess what? That hurts the black race more than it hurts anybody. And if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
Jared,
but immigrants flooding over our southern border is not a benefit.
I didn't have nobody had a problem with immigrants flooding the country back at the turn of the century. You know why? Because y'all needed to have the more numbers, and you wanted to have the skills. Because coming out of slavery, black people should have catapulted to the top because they had all the skills. But things were put in place by design to make sure that didn't happen. I don't want to get here and argue no racial history. I have, like I said, I'm not Barbara Badass. I don't know everything in the world, but my degree is in American history. I'm not ashamed of it. It happened. I am moving on, but I can't move on when you keep things going. I can't move on when you keep things going. Like I'll say this. You have a lot of racial groups. Black Panther was considered a racial group, even though I don't see it as one, but it was. It don't matter if I see it as one. It was considered as one. Then you got the Ku Klux Klan. You got all this different stuff, right? But out of all the racial groups, you have somehow or another, every other racial group that they can have out there has been stamped out in America, except one. Why is that, Jerry?
What, stamped out? What do you mean
stamped out? You don't have, they got rid of Black Panthers. You might have small followings, but it ain't like it was. It ain't like the Ku Klux Klan, the National Party, or the white supremacists. You don't have no Asian racial group. You don't have no big time Latino
Asians
racial
make
group.
Up for 6%
you don't have that, but you always have and always will since the 1800s a Ku Klux Klan, a white supremacy group.
Well, where are they? I don't see them nowhere. I don't know anybody.
Jerry, you need to get out a little bit more.
Klan, but I do know some people that are part of the Black Lives Matter movement.
That's not a racial group. That's not a racial group. That's not a racial group. And for the record, Jerry, I'm not with Black Lives Matter. So let me be clear with that. I'm not a part of Black Lives Matter. I ain't with them. I ain't never been with them.
But you don't make Black Lives Matter not exist.
They're not a racial group, Jerry. They're not a racial group, but that's what you like to think. They're not. They're not a racial group.
Because what you're saying is not accurate. The bottom line is there's still separatist groups. I don't agree with any separatist group, whether it's the Ku Klux Klan or Black Lives Matter. I don't believe in segregation like that. Martin Luther King taught me and millions of Americans that segregation does not coincide with peaceful existence. When we separate ourselves into different minority groups and we distinguish by color, we're doing ourselves a disservice. So I don't support Black Lives Matter, nor would I ever support the Ku Klux Klan. Of course not. However, they both exist. Racial groups have always existed.
But you're making a false equivalent. That's all I'm saying.
They've always existed, but that's if you buy into that garbage. I'm not one
I don't buy into none of it.
That's what keeps racism alive. It's people believing that it's taking place everywhere.
Racism is alive.
That they don't see
it is alive. What I would say,
racism.
Well, Jared, to end it all, what I would say is I don't subscribe to none of that shit. I'm with you on that one. I don't subscribe to Black Lives Matter because I think they lost their way and what they intended. I don't consider it a racial group. I damn sure don't subscribe to no white supremacy group or whatever. But in the 50 years I walked this earth, I don't see how it has not gone away. And current times is proof of that. So in the end of the day, you know, you're gonna see things how you see it through your 53 years on this earth, and I'll see it how I see it for my 50 years on this earth. I see it still exists. I see it still at play. It's not an end. Like I can see some racial bias shit going on. I don't cry about it. I keep it moving. I go on by my day, in one ear, out the other, in one eye, out the other. And I hold on, Jerry, and I keep it pushing. But I see it. But you want me to not see this, and I see it. The man is marketable. I don't know how many more times I can say this. The man he is relatable to all races. The fact that he appeals to them. And that's racial, but that's a complexion for the protection. And had he looked like anybody else, I dare say, had he looked like Crawford, that would not be the case. Well, you act like I don't see that. I'm brave enough to say it. I don't care who believes it or who don't believe it. I know what my eyes see. I know what my experiences tell me. And I don't care what anybody say. I don't care what anybody say, Jerry.
Argument falls right on.
It don't fall like shit. Your argument falls. You are clearly delusional on this one.
Right there, who's a bigger star.
You are clearly delusional on this one, Jerry. You ain't gonna convince. You're not gonna convince me. I dare say you're not gonna convince any other black people. In my opinion, you might. Nah, let me take that back because nothing is an absolute. You might, but you ain't gonna convince me. And I'm sorry, Jerry. I see what I see. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. I love all brothers and sisters. I'm a believer that is one race, but I don't get to make it like I was given this world. I don't get to make it like I want to. I believe it's one race, a human race. What?
Errol Spence is blacker than Keith Thurman, and he's a bigger star than Keith Thurman. So where does
and
your
like I
argument
just
fall?
said, Jerry, you give false equivalence because if I told you, we said this earlier, if Keith Thurman never fell off and he kept doing what he's doing between Earl and Keith, they will pick Keith. It is what it is.
All right.
It is what it is. Look at what they doing for Keith now. You think it's fair? It ain't fair that they move him up there.
I told you
it is not fair.
Not fair. It ain't about.
It ain't fair to Earl. It ain't fair to the other fighters.
Lighter skin tone.
It ain't fair. He catching favor is all I'm saying. But you want to disregard all the other 4 reasons that I gave that had nothing to do with his color. You want to disregard that, and you just want to harp on just the color. That shit matters. I don't care where you go in America. It always plays its part. How heavy it plays its part is the question. But it always plays its part.
Did play a part for Deontay Wilder.
And again, and I explained that. That, but you don't want to accept it. The only thing that can trump all that shit, no pun intended, is money, that almighty dollar. Because whether we want to believe it or not, the hate for Deontay is so real. People gonna pay to see him lose. They're gonna pay to see him win. And he should not have been placed as the number 1 WBC contender. I said that too in the video. Unfair. He lost. And I'm telling you, I was at the fight, cried. By the time I got to the lobby, I was okay. But he lost. Nowhere in hell should he be the number 1 contender.
Yeah, but why is he? Because he's not white. He's not even
because he make money. You still keep.
Okay,
you know,
exactly.
Whatever. I don't know.
That's my
I don't
point
know
all along. It's the money. It's who sells. Keith Thurman is a top welterweight in the PBC stable. The other 2 top guys they
had ain't the money for Keith. So what is it?
One retired. That only leaves.
It ain't the money for Keith. So what is it?
It makes natural sense that they position Keith Thurman
for Keith. So what is it?
What's that?
It's not the money for Keith. So what is it? You said it's the money for Wilder.
It's what I just told you. He's the top welterweight in the PBC stable.
Really?
He only has 1 loss, and it's to Manny Pacquiao. So he's a top
he
guy
to be
that
number
they still
1.
have at welterweight.
He deserves to be number 1.
Earl Spence and Bud Crawford, who
he deserves to be number 1.
Earl Spence to fight.
He deserves to be placed above Bruce Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, who've been working their way up.
I'm trying to tell you.
You full of shit.
I'm telling telling you the answer. He's a top welterweight at PBC. That's why he's being positioned to fight for the WBC title. That's why, because the PBC is in control of the WBC title. He's the top welterweight that they have in their stable. They don't have any other top welterweights anymore.
Jerry,
Porter retired, and Garcia moved up.
That means he caught favor. And it won't about the money.
Favor.
Don't be telling me this.
Favor. I'm not arguing that he caught favor, just like Wilder.
Then why he catch favor?
But just like Wilder, it didn't matter.
Hello, my beautiful queen. What's up, Mr. Golden? I'm just saying what's up to the people in the chat. Jerry. But I mean, at the end of the day,
Wilder, it didn't matter that Wilder is black. And what mattered is Wilder is a big ticket item.
Jerry,
they're going to keep him
Jerry,
at the top.
you have to listen. If you come to these black channels, you're gonna have to figure out a way to get over this because black people see things the way they see things. Not gonna change. Not all black experience.
People. I've spoke to many.
You're not gonna change their experience or whatever.
They did not agree with what you were saying.
Jerry, and I don't listen. I don't say that nothing I say is absolute, but for the most part, when you go to these black channels, people gonna see what they see. In the end of the day, they're gonna go by there, whatever you call it, crying. I guess the Jews and the blacks is crying over spilt milk. You know, they can't. You know, that's what they doing. That's what we doing, crying over spilt milk. We can't let it go.
They don't invoke. They don't invoke it.
Got it. Got it. Got it. You understand? You understand?
Okay.
But look, Jared, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes, and we can go back and forth. I do not dislike you, Jared. I don't think I don't put no racial things on you. If you were racist, I promise you, if I thought you were. Now I don't know you. I don't know everything about you. But the minute that I think you are, you'll be out of here. But the fact that you come back all the time, that's cool.
I wonder about you. You never praise a white or Hispanic fighter.
But Jerry, find me a white. Find me a white. That's not true. That is not true. Because I just told. I'm probably the only one that praises Isaac Cruz. You can do a temperature check. I've been doing this since last year. Nobody else is bigging up this man. Not even old media. But I do. And he's not black. But if you find me a white fighter that I can, because I'm not a Loma fan. I wasn't a Cambosos fan. But I'm sure there's a white, I like Better BF.
There's not a whole lot
I like Better BF. And I talk decently about him. But I don't have a white fighter at the moment that I'm like, damn, this motherfucker right here. But trust you me, find me one that I like, that just really do it for me, and watch how I praise them. I believe in boxers. I believe in men or women getting in, doing the hard work. This is what I envy them about, in a good way, that they do the shit that none of us can do. And they get in that ring and they make it happen. That's what I like. I don't care what color they are. I'm not going to not give a white guy his flowers because he ain't the color I want. Or a black guy his flowers because he ain't light enough. I don't get into that bullshit. I don't give a care what color you are. You can be the blackest to the whitest and everything in between. If you put in that work and you get in and you show and prove, T got your back. Don't come with the fugazi. I don't like Ryan. You know why I don't like him. I don't fucking like him.
I ain't yet to hear you praise a white or Latino fighter. Now you say
I just told you a Latino fighter.
I
just told you I ain't gotta pick something just to satisfy you. Ain't no white fighter out there for me to praise.
Canelo.
Ain't no white fighter.
Fighters constantly.
I'm not a Canelo fan. I'm not a Triple G fan. I'm not a Lomachenko fan.
Yeah, how convenient.
That's what you say. How convenient for you. How convenient for you to live in the world you live. We know you got it good, Jared. Shit. I ain't mad at you for that.
And I got to work every day to keep it average.
That skin help a lot too, don't it?
White privilege.
That skin help a lot too, don't it? You ain't fooling me, Jared.
Well, the bottom line is those are some of the best fighters currently in the sport, and you got no praise for them. Yet,
listen, that's because you like them. That
somehow conveniently.
I got no praise for a lot of black fighters too. It's a lot of. I'm not an AJ fan. I'm not a Dillian White fan. That fight that AJ about to put on, I'm not about to look at that. I had a whole little thing that I was gonna talk about with AJ, but I guess I get it tomorrow. I'm not about to look at that shit. and he black. I'm not an AJ
Well, I'm a
fan.
fan of AJ. I'm a fan of Usyk. I'm a fan of Tank Davis, the Charlo brothers. I'm a fan of Golovkin. I'm a fan of boxing. So I'm a
Jerry,
fan of these fighters. And the
what
race
you
doesn't matter
all
to
I
me.
say
What matters
is
to me is what they do in the ring.
all I
And
say
that's the
is
only thing that matters.
you're gonna have to get used to that's. You might
I'm
not
not
want to
getting
get
used to
used
it
to
because
it.
I hear
I
I
take
hear
that
it's
back.
quite
You
different.
don't have to do
You know,
nothing, but you have to be aware that black people gonna see life the way they see it. You call it crying over
well,
stuff,
just last night,
then
a
they
black
hate.
person didn't agree with what you were saying
What
in
saying
that
what?
regard. Yeah,
What was it that he wasn't agreeing with?
the big fish that we were talking to just last night.
Well, what was it that he wasn't agreeing with?
Well, it was a lot of what you were saying that he didn't agree with. I
But
mean, you were
Jerry,
there.
oh,
You
so
heard what
you
he said.
believe that because we black, we all gotta agree? Is that what you're saying?
No, but that's exactly what I'm
Then
saying is
your
not the
point
case.
is
Just like you
moot.
keep saying,
Then
I
your
got to come
point
around to
is
black
moot.
people feel this way.
Your
Not all
point
black people feel the way
is
that you
moot.
do.
I see. I never talk in absolutes. And if anybody listens to my show, a lot
I've
of
yet to
times
hear
I give
one person
caveats.
even
I
suggest
give
that Keith
caveats to
Thurman
make
got
sure you
ranking
know
because
I don't talk
of
in
white.
absolutes. Jerry, look, you see the life the way you see it. I see it the way I see it. You're not going to take away my experience. And anybody younger than me, that's fine. You can see it. My daughter don't even see shit the way I see it. But I always leave people with this. I've been their age. Ain't never been mine. So you can't tell me what the fuck I seen and what I know. And I'm never going to look at it like you look at it. You know, it is not the end of the world. I don't let shit like that stop me. If I want to go get a car, I go get a car. I don't give a care if the person white or just a man. I'm a woman. I'm a double minority. I get discrimination every which way. And I've had that life for all these years. You think I let it stop me? I don't let shit stop me. I know
Apparently
and
not.
accept America for who it is. Period. And I work
Yeah,
within the
apparently, yeah, it hasn't gotten in
guidelines.
your way at all. You're 50 years old and retired already. Not too many people can say that, white or
Yeah,
black.
but the other
So
100 people in my
apparently,
family
all the
ain't.
oppression and all the prejudice didn't affect you.
Yeah, but it affected the other 100 people in my family. Nice try, Jerry. Sound good.
Okay, good enough.
That's all we can say, Jerry. Until we
All right.
see each other again. Always welcome back, Jerry. We get in heated discussion. I like you, Jerry. We gonna have differences
I
of
like you
opinions,
too.
and I'm gonna have differences of opinion with black people, white people. It don't matter. People gonna see things like I see it. They may not see things like I see it. It's just their opinion. I ain't getting mad at nobody's opinion. I see things how I see it. But you know, ain't nobody gonna change my experience. I can't look at it through rose-colored glasses that somebody else might have. I just don't see life like that. I have to go by what I experience. Now, you can stand on your square, whoever you may be, black, white, yellow, purple, and I'm gonna stand on mine. So sometimes stuff like that don't even need to be discussed. But I be damned if I bite my tongue and hold shit back because I'm worried about the sensitivity of somebody else. And
Well, it's gonna. If you have a
you
YouTube
say, I'm
channel
talking,
and you
Jerry.
invoke
If
race
you
into the
say,
content of what you're
Jerry, if
creating,
you
you're gonna
say,
get people that are gonna come
Jerry,
up against it. It's
I
just that
I
simple.
don't care. I don't care because I will always
No,
be
but I'm just
authentic with
saying. You
me.
say you don't. It shouldn't be discussed, but if you make it a point of contention, someone's gonna
Hey,
contend it.
and that's fine. That's fine. And we'll have a discussion. But they can't. But I know that I can't be changed in my view because I saw too
Well, you
much.
know that's clear. You've said
I
several
saw too
times
much.
that no matter what, you won't be convinced of anything other
Yeah,
than
I'm
what you
not. I'm
already
not going to
believe.
look at it like nobody else look at it. I'm gonna look at it like I saw it, and that's why I say, like, even with the Bob Aaron, do things get missed? Yeah, he really clearly pointed out to me I missed something because he said something. He gave a good suggestion that I actually agree with. I didn't even hear that shit because I saw that other shit coming, and I explained that yesterday. I'm not gonna rehash it, but I explained that yesterday in my show. Once I heard that shit, I know what that sounds like, and I know where that comes from. And I was like, oh no, he didn't. So all the rest of the shit, whether it was good or not, I admit I didn't hear none of it because I couldn't get off the shit that he said that I found egregious. I'm human, and when I see shit like that, I be like, oh, here we go. Did I stop it? Did I stop being me? Did I stop living my life? Am I stopped doing the things that I'm gonna do? No, it ain't the end of the world. It's the world we was given. It's American way. And to
If
that,
Bob Arum was racist, you would never see that show its face in his business of promoting boxing, because boxing is made up of mostly black fighters, and black fighters have historically been the highest earners. If Bob Arum was a racist, that would never show up in his business dealings. He would look to take advantage of black fighters more than anything else, because they make up for the biggest demographic. That's why that whole narrative falls flat on its face.
it doesn't,
He's got
Jared, but
several
okay.
black fighters signed to him right now,
Okay.
including Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson.
Okay.
And he's promoted historically some of the most prominent black fighters in the history of boxing: George Foreman, Ray Leonard, Ali, you name it.
But in
And
your
so,
opinion, I'm
if
glad.
he was racist, it would never show its face in boxing.
Okay.
Only that he would take advantage, maybe. It would be just the opposite.
Okay, Jared. That's your opinion. I can't do nothing but respect your opinion. I see
No,
it
it's a
differently. I
sensible
see it
one, really,
differently,
because that's
and
how he makes money promoting
I
fighters.
see it differently, and you see it differently. And there will be people who agree with you. There will be people who agree with me. I don't have no heaven and hell to put nobody in. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad that you see it that way. I'm not mad at all. Just so we clear, I'm not mad that anybody sees it different from me. I'm not mad. Don't be mad that I see things the way I see it, because I know it when I see it. And so, is he a card carrying member of the Ku Klux Klan? I never paint the picture of Bob being
There's
that
not
way.
levels to racism. See,
It
that's
is
another
levels
thing.
to it.
You're not a person's not a little bit racist. You're either racist or you're not racist.
Yeah, but
You're
there's
not a
levels
little
to
bit
which you
racist. You're
there's
not a
levels to
little bit
which you
racist
will
that, okay, I'm going
participate.
to sign this fighter.
There
He's
are
a black guy.
levels
I'm
to
going to give
what
him
you
millions of
will
dollars, but I'm
participate.
just enough racist to not promote him and
There's
make any money on him.
levels to what you will participate in anything. Don't
You're not a
mean
little bit
that you
racist.
are
You're
not
either
just
racist or
as
you're not
racist.
racist.
It's levels to what a person will participate. And if people don't understand that, I don't know what to say.
Not when it comes to racism. You're either racist or you're not.
Really? So how do you explain the Karens of the world?
The who?
Karens.
Karens?
Do you even know what that is? The Karens.
Yeah, I know what a Karen is.
Yeah.
I'm not going to comment on some ambiguous group like Karens.
They racist, right? They racist, right?
Promotion.
Have you
Boxing
heard what they say?
is about making money on
if
fighters
you
that
heard
make
what
money.
they say, you would clearly see that they racist. But they Karens. But they do it the way they want to do it.
I can't even comment on such an ambiguous group.
An ambiguous group.
That doesn't even concern me. I'm talking about people in
Okay,
general.
see how he deflected,
a person
y'all?
That's racist is racist.
I
They're
just
not
proved.
a
I
little bit
just
racist or a
proved.
lot racist.
I
They're
just
racist.
proved that there's levels to which you will participate. I just showed y'all.
So if you're a boxing promoter like Bob Arum, let's say Bob Arum's not racist enough to not sign a black fighter like Bud Crawford. He's not racist enough to not pay Bud Crawford millions of dollars, but he's just racist enough to not promote him so he can make some money. What kind of fucking sense does that make?
But that's how you couch it.
No,
but he's
that's
racist. He's
that's
racist.
Kind of what you're
See,
saying,
a racist would love.
At the end of the day.
Okay, you asked me, so I'm gonna tell you what fucking sense this makes. He's racist enough to want to have control over his fighters or control over his stable. So he's gonna grab. He's gonna grab certain people. He's gonna. This is the level that I think Bob is at. Bob has a superiority complex thing with him. He places value in who he places value, and it has everything to do with race. To me, and to me, that's how I see it. He not racist in a way that he don't want to be touched by you. He don't want to be around you. He don't want you associated with his company. He don't want to have to pay you $1. But I'm answering your question. But he's racist enough where he will place value in you. And if he feels you have no value, because I call that the superiority complex. If he feel you have no value, you will not get a solid from him. Because he's not gonna big you up. He's not gonna put much effort into you. And that's the racism I see with Bob. I don't see him as lynching nobody and doing all this extra bullshit.
Well, of course he's not lynching nobody. This isn't 1928.
I see him being a superior person that thinks he knows better,
He can be
who
all that
has
and not be
value.
one bit racist. He can be a superiority complex that has nothing to do with being racist. Lomachenko
Okay.
has fought for Bob Arum for a long time. Name me one pay-per-view Lomachenko ever been on.
None.
Show me one time Lomachenko got a paycheck.
And that's the
even
measuring
half as
too,
much
and that's
as
the
what.
measuring marking
Show me
too.
Is
Is that the
place where
measuring marking
Lomachenko
too
got a paycheck
for
half as much as Bud Crawford.
what is that's the
Bud Crawford
measuring
been on 4
marking too
pay-per-views and makes
for
more money than Lomachenko.
Lomachenko is probably rich as Bud Crawford. Stop it.
Look at the purses.
Stop
The
it.
numbers don't lie.
Lomachenko been with him for a long time, and he's just
Has
as
he
rich.
ever been on pay-per-view?
He's just as rich, but that's not a measuring tool. You want it
Oh,
to be
no?
one, but it ain't.
Oh no, it's not.
It's not a measuring tool. I don't know how you make that a measuring tool, but it's not.
I see.
But okay,
Has he ever got a
Jerry,
Has he ever got a purse
Jerry,
as big
we
as
will
Bud
go
Crawford?
back and forth, and we will. So now you know, like I said, you're a friend to the show. You always welcome. But there are times when if I see that, I'm going to speak on it. I don't need. You don't have to. I can say I don't need. You don't have to have a hissy fit when I mention these things, and I
It
don't
just
have
sucks
hissy
to
fits
hear it,
when
man,
people
because
mention
you're
things.
putting race into a
But
place
you're
where
not
it
going to
doesn't need to
change
be
that
there.
about me.
All it's going to do is
You're not going to
separate. All
change
it
that
serves
about
to
me.
do is separate.
You're
There's no
not
proof of
going
what
to
you're saying is
change
true.
that
In fact, there's proof to
about
say just
me.
the contrary. But you want to keep insisting on it because you're convinced that race plays a part in every single thing.
And I'm
It
convinced
doesn't.
because of what
If
I
it doesn't
see.
meet with your 100% agreement, it's the problem. It's race is the
I'm
problem.
convinced
That's
because
what you
it's
say.
what I see. But you're not going to change that about me. I'm not going to change your mindset, and that's cool. That is very cool. I'm not mad at it. You can only see what your life showed you. I'm seeing what my life showed me. I'm not gonna take your word for it. I got eyes and ears. I see what the hell I see. I got a brain. So I'm concluding and formulating opinions based on what I hear and see. That's all I'm saying. We're not gonna convince each other, Jerry. So we might as well just stop. We're not gonna convince each other. And that would be this ain't the first time that I've said something like that. It ain't gonna be the last. You know that about my shows on a daily, consistent basis, we don't even have these type talks. But today we had one. So you can say and things how you want. I don't begrudge you for that. I'm gonna see it how I see it. I hope you don't begrudge me for that. It might tick you off, it might make you mad, but shit, that's America for you. There's a lot of shit that go down in America that make me upset. I can't do shit about it. So I have to suck it up and live with it. I see what I see.
It does bother me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I feel you. I can clearly see
When there's
now.
racism, real racism, I'm gonna be right there beside you, right there,
I'm glad to
because
hear that.
I've spent my whole life turning my back against racism, and I'm right there beside you when there's something real. When you can point to something real, because it's a dirty, nasty thing to be a racist.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna take that as I'm appreciating. We're gonna leave it here.
But if I think that it's unnecessarily being invoked, which I've seen a lot over the last 5 years, since Democrats have created this narrative that white people are racist.
I'm gonna One thing you probably don't know about me is I'm a Democrat. We ain't bashing Democrats over here. I'm a loyal Democrat. I don't care how y'all feel about it. I don't care how y'all feel about it. I don't push it all the time in your face. Every now and then I'll speak on something. What I tried to say is neutral, and I'll say something like, "This is a voting year, y'all. So be sure this November that y'all vote. Pick who's representing your best interest. Really understand what they're representing and all that they represent, and pick your candidate. But you ain't gonna bash no Democrats over here. Now you don't like them, that's cool. It's Democrat country over here.
Yeah. Well, good. That's why we're paying $5 a gallon for gas.
Yeah, because Trump. What you don't want to tell the people is that tariff war is why we in the predicament we in today, and we got car shortages and these chips that China don't want to sell because of the Trump war. Tariff war, and he was warned back in 2018, 17. But you don't want to say that part. But okay.
Well, it's funny because when Trump was the president and everything was going well, Democrats claimed it was because of Barack Obama's policies. As soon as Trump left and Biden came in and things just went to hell, they blamed it on Trump. Here in Baltimore is a Democratic city, long-term Democratic city. We just had several Republicans win in the elections. The Supreme Court is stacked conservative. The midterms are going to be a
look
red
what they
wave.
just did.
And here's what you got to get used to: there's a whole Republican red wave coming for the next several
That's
years.
fine. Jerry,
So
I've been on this
Biden
earth just as
and
long
these high
as
fuel
you.
prices and this
I
crazy
know that it's
economy
coming.
gonna be gone.
I know that it's coming. They steal money from the Social Security. They stole money from the post office. People don't know. Like when shit happened and hit the fan, the shit was in the making 10, 15 years beforehand. Everybody has been dirty in this thing called politics. I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. You hate Democrats. I don't like Republicans. Or you can, if somebody say I hate Republicans, then you can arguably say that I don't like Republicans. I don't think they're for the people. You think they're for the people. I think Democrats are for the people. I don't say none of them are good. They all liars. Every last one of them are liars. I don't care what party they belong to. And everybody is wanting money, and everybody get their palms greased and all that. I just have to look at the overall. But I always tell people, I don't give a fuck if you put Waldo in the office. T did what she did. I planted my flag for God and country. I will always get paid, and it will only increase as I get older. I'm good. I don't have to worry about medical. I ain't worried about no cap. I'm good for the rest of my life. So y'all can elect who the fuck y'all want to. When I elect people for the masses of the people. You can elect people for however. That's why I say vote your interest, but do vote, because white people, black people, and Latino people died so you can vote. So don't take that casually. Get your ass out and go vote. Don't put Mickey Mouse. Actually vote, whoever that may be. I know
Have
who
you
I'm
ever
voting
heard
for.
of the Black Conservative Party?
I don't give a fuck about that. Don't try to convince me of that neither. I'm a Democrat.
No. But what I'll tell you is that it's a growing party. It's getting bigger all the time, and the reason
It's always
is
been
because
big,
those
sir.
black folks have realized that they've been getting hustled by the Democrats for decades and decades, ever since slavery. Because in the Democratic Party, slavery still exists. It's just the ownership papers come in the form of a welfare application now.
Oh, no, not right. The slavery do still exist. It come in the form of prison. Because if you look at the 13th Amendment, the only time you can rescind those rights and privileges that they gave you in the 13th Amendment is when you in jail. That's
When
what
you're
it does.
yeah, when
So
you're convicted
later,
of a
miss me
felony,
with
of
the
course.
welfare shit,
But that
because the
holds true for
welfare
white
came
people,
into
too.
existence
If you're
in
a
like
white person and
33,
you
1933,
commit
and we didn't get no parts of it till the 60s or the 70s. But we sure paid into it for years and years and years. So miss me with that bullshit.
Well, the bullshit is this: if you get convicted of a felony, white or black, you can't own a gun. That applies to white people also.
Ain't
But
nobody
like I
talking about
said,
that, Jerry.
slavery was the Democratic Party. The KKK is Democratic. Jim Crow laws Democratic. Right on down the line, every civil rights advancement was blocked by Democrats. Right on down the line.
No, it was not, and you're lying.
What
No, it
what
was
they
not.
did to
And you're
fool black
lying.
folks
You will
is
no,
they
Jerry.
propped up
Don't come in
welfare.
here with that
And Martin
bullshit.
Luther King
No, it
said
was
he didn't
not.
believe in
And you're
welfare.
lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. And no,
What did I
it
lie
was
about?
not. The civil rights amendments and the voting rights. It started immediately after after slavery ended. It didn't go nowhere. It lasted a little bit, and then they found, like I said, they went from black codes to Jim Crow, which people can arguably say you're still in. When I tell you that both parties got their hands dirty, if you look at some of the Republicans back in the day, like Roosevelt, I'm talking about Theodore Roosevelt, he would be considered a Democrat today, a progressive. Stop with the cap, Jerry. Stop with the cap.
Yeah,
They all
that's the
are
big lie
liars.
that they told.
They all
That's
are
the big lie
liars,
that the
and they
Democrats
all
told
do stuff
when they
wrong.
claimed that
You
they
for
just
Trump?
changed their
You're for Trump?
affiliation.
You
They
on
claimed
here?
that they
You on
just
here
up and
representing
just
Trump
changed their
and
whole
Republicans?
affiliation overnight.
Whatever.
And that's the lie that they sold.
Yo,
But
even
meanwhile,
Lyndon
history
B.
shows who
Johnson
was in charge of
said
slavery,
if you
who
can
was in
convince
charge of Jim
the
Crow,
lowest
who was in
white
charge
guy
of
that
KKK.
he's better than
Adult
everybody
documented.
else, then the
It's
white
the
people
adult
won't see that
documented.
they fucking them over too. That's what Lyndon B. Johnson said. They all lies. It's all lies. All the
Yeah,
big
but
ticket shit.
what
I
the
mean,
truth
they
is
all
right there.
liars. Stop
What
it,
I
Jerry.
told you is the truth.
Stop it, Jerry.
And it's
All I know is people got
historically
medical
accurate.
benefits, but the Republican Party want to take that from you. So when you have something serious happen to you, who you gonna call? Go call Jerry? He ain't gonna be there for you. Don't call me. I can't be there for you neither.
That's you just being unfair and not liking the facts
They don't.
that I just put
They did
forth.
it 76
You don't
times.
like that's factual.
They try
and
to repeal
historically
it
correct.
76
Martin Luther
times.
King
And the
himself
main
was a
people that be
Republican,
asking women
and
to
he was
get
against
abortion are
welfare.
Republicans too. It don't matter what party you are. If a dude don't want you to have a baby, he gonna ask you for an abortion. Y'all, if let Jared tell it, because he said something about the Supreme Court. Yeah, they rescinded Roe v. Wade. But what they don't tell you is they the main ones is asking for abortions too. That they gave you a wedge issue so you can be mad, so you can vote for them. Because if you really knew what you was voting for, you wouldn't vote for them. That's plain and simple. They all liars, Jerry. Vote for who you want to vote for. I know who I'm gonna vote for, but you ain't gonna come over here
go ahead
bashing
and do
Democrats.
that. But if
You
you
ain't
look
gonna
at
come
the
over here
Democratic
bashing
cities in the
Democrats.
country that are historically Democrat, look how bad black folk got it right there.
Jerry,
Baltimore City
shut
is
the
no
fuck
better
up with all that
no
shit.
better example
Shut
than
up with
Baltimore
all
City.
that shit, Jerry. You ain't gonna come over here and try to change black people. You ain't gonna come over here and try to lie to black
I
folks
don't need to
that's
because they're
listening
kind
to
of
my
learning on
channel.
their own that
You
they've
ain't
been
gonna come
hustled
over
and
here
they're
with
buying
your
into
lies and
what
try
the
to.
reality
No,
is.
you're not
And
gonna come
these are
over
the
here. I'm not
successful
letting
black
you.
folks.
I'm not gonna let you, Jerry. You get off the politics. I am a politics magnet. I retired
You
because
can't
I
talk
was like,
politics with
it
me
was
because you
getting to
denied
me,
facts.
and
And
I
when you
had
deny
to
facts, you can't
calm
talk
it down.
politics.
But what you're not gonna do is come over here and lie. This is a Democratic
What did I
house
lie
over
about?
here, and that's all we gonna do. We ain't gonna talk bad about Republicans. I can sit here.
What
I
did
can
I lie
sit here
about?
all day, and since I had this show and put up negative shit about Republicans all day, but y'all don't see me do it, do you? But I do tell you in transparency, I am a loyal Democrat. I don't care how y'all feel about that shit. I didn't make this channel a politics channel. If you can't understand why I feel the way I feel, that's fine. I don't have a problem. Only thing I ever say when it comes to politics that's neutral across the board, please do go vote. Because people die so you can. I don't care what color you are. Get your ass up and go vote. Do not take that lightly. That's all I say. That might help Republicans win. That might help Democrats win. But get out there and vote. That's it. But what you're not going to do, Jared, is bash Democrats. You got to find somewhere else to do that. I ain't mad that you're a Republican. You could be a Republican. That will not stop me from talking to you or breaking bread with you, Jared. But you ain't going to bash Democrats. Not over here. Hell
we
to the
just want
no.
to talk politics.
Hell to the now. So we might as well get off the politics talk too. So that's that. You know.
All right. Well, how
Dragon
about
Age
one
said,
last boxing question?
What?
If Earl and Bud don't fight, how do you see a fight breaking down between Earl and Keith? And don't think because Earl has said that he won't fight Keith it means the fight won't happen, because that's the best way to promote a fight is to say it won't happen. Oscar used to say he'd never fight Fernando Vargas, and he fought him.
First of all,
said he never fought Hagler, and he fought him.
Well, first of all, I think Earl gonna do what his daddy tell him to do. And now I'm sorry, that's the only way I can put it. I'm coming off this high note, so I'm trying to be nice. But yeah, Earl gonna do what his daddy said to do. He gonna fight.
Well, how do you see it playing out?
Let me get to it, Jerry. He gonna do what he said do. If Keith is in his rare form, in his best, if Keith is at his best, I think it would be just as kind of like a 50-50 fight, or maybe it'll be a very interesting fight both ways, because I told you I only see Earl fighting one way. He has one style to me. He's a pressure fighter. He halfway sits on his punches and he come forward. Not saying that's a negative. That worked for a lot of people. A lot of people couldn't break the Earl code. But Keith is a pure boxer than Earl. And I always tell you guys, I favor boxers because they can move and they can do forward. There's so many things that they can do. And as far as Keith, there's so many ways he can disrupt Earl. And Keith has that one knockout punch. Earl sits on his punches. Put Earl on his toes, his punches ain't gonna hurt. I really believe that. I can't prove that because he never does that. But take him and put him on his toes and make him move around and shit, his punches don't hurt. When he sit down on him, he hurt. So in order for him to sit down, you got to be stationary. And Keith is the last person that's gonna be stationary. So I give the edge to Keith. If Keith is at his best, if Keith have really did fall off and he ain't never gonna be the same, and I attributed that to Danny Garcia. A lot of people don't like Danny Garcia, but I give Danny props on this one. I think he hurt Keith more than Keith ever will admit. I really do. So Keith ain't to me ain't been the same since that.
I favor Errol Spence in that matchup simply because if Barrios can take Keith Thurman 12 rounds and even hurt him badly, the relentless pressure of Errol Spence, especially his body work, at some point Keith has to sit down and fight or he's going to lose from running. He ain't going to be able to run from Errol Spence and win. He's going to have to engage him, and that's going to be tough on him because Errol Spence is a big, strong welterweight. He has a high punch output. Yeah, I would give Keith the advantage in footwork and lateral movement, but he ain't going to be able to move around all night and beat Errol Spence. He might be able to get a few good big shots in, pot shotting him, but in the end, I see Spence winning a decision 8-4.
And let me ask you this though.
Fight,
let me ask you
I
this:
think,
Did was Barrios on something when he fought Keith Thurman?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he
The
was.
WBC think he was.
I don't know that he was tested to be on something.
He didn't comply, and they kicked him out the ranking. Oh, this was
I don't really know. I
Keith
just
Thurman
know that
fight.
they fought, and it was a competitive fight. Barrios was knocked out by a smaller Tank Davis. He was at a smaller weight where they said he was struggling to make the weight, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But I'm a Keith Thurman fan, always have been. Keith Thurman wasn't always a mover. He was a puncher. But once he started fighting the elite guys and he couldn't knock them out, then he started to add the lateral movement. And I ain't blaming him for that because he needed to do that in order to make the fights competitive. When he was coming up, he was knocking people out, the underlings, the B and C fighters,
on his toes. On his toes, and he disfigured Barrios' face. Barrios looked like, I don't even want to say the Elephant Man, but like remember that movie, The Mask?
He did do. Barrios. Yeah, he definitely looked like he had gotten beat up, but he also had Keith Thurman hurt very badly in one round where it almost looked like he almost was about to stop Keith. And I like Keith, but Keith is soft to the body. Earl's a notorious body puncher, a big fighter with a high punch output. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Earl to beat him without running from him.
Earl, but see, we call it running. I don't necessarily call it running when you're supposed to use the ring. So if
you're moving and you're landing punches, then it's not running. If you're moving,
he does do that. He does do that. He moves and he throws.
Also, this weekend's fight, I think, is going to be a straight up barn burner. I think this is going to be a great fight. I'm picking Danny Garcia by a late stoppage. I think he'll get the KO somewhere in the championship round.
And by the way, y'all, I'm looking at that fight. Y'all join me online. I'm gonna pull it up. But y'all can look at it at y'all house. I ain't going through that shit again. Hell to the knees off. I learned my lesson. But y'all welcome to come. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna look at that. That shit gonna be good. I can't wait to see Gary Russell. And I can't wait to see who else. Even I like that heavyweight Kanaki. I like the whole card.
It's a good card.
So I will be watching that fight, and just like Danny said, it's the Danny Garcia show. Anywho,
it's a good card, and it's a card that I would point to a lot of times. The PBC takes heat, and I say, you know what though? If you look at a lot of these PBC cards, there's good matchups taking place. A lot of times it might not be the highest paid marquee fighters, but the matchups, whoever they got doing the matchmaking there at PBC does a damn good job. And this card this weekend is a good example of good matchmaking. The main
They've been
event
doing
is
better.
a great
I would say
matchup.
they've been doing
Uh,
better.
yeah, Benavidez is not. You can't call him a great fighter. I wouldn't even call him a very top welterweight. He's probably in the top 10 somewhere. But the matchup between him and Danny's been
But
laid off. Danny's had losses. He can't afford to lose again. Benavidez hasn't had the notoriety that Danny has, so he certainly can't afford to lose. And that right there makes for a good fight. You
Benavidez
got
tore
two
his
fighters that
draws.
can't really lose.
He tore his draws with a lot of fans because he claimed the reason why he lost the Bud because his leg. And in reality, that leg injury happened years before they fought, my knowledge. And so why bring it up? Clear by the doctor. Why do that now? Just like I got on Danny for talking that shit about Earl, like talking about you ain't fit. Why bring this shit up now? The time to do that shit was back
Well,
then.
because that's what they do. They're not just going to
Nah,
say, "Hey, this
they tore
guy
their
was
draws.
flat out better than me."
They tore
They're
their
not going to
draws.
do that for PR reasons.
For
But
whatever the reason.
Benavidez, he would have lost to Bud. Bud's a more experienced, better fighter than he is. However, he did pretty good. And Bud Crawford, I think I heard Bud Crawford say that was his toughest fight to date was the Benavidez fight. And Benavidez was tricky in the first 4 rounds. But by about the fourth, fifth round, Bud had him figured out, and he started pot shotting him, and Benavidez couldn't keep the pace. His leg, you know me, I don't give fighters excuses. I don't allot for it. If you take the fight and you make the weight, you cash the check, you don't get to make excuses. So no, I don't want to hear that. But the reality is, he had got shot in the leg. It wasn't years before; it was a year before. He had 14 months off with that injured leg in the operation, and he came back and he faced probably the best fighter in boxing, and he did pretty good. You got to remember that fight ended with 10 seconds left. Bud got that knockout in the 12th round with 10 seconds left.
And Bud was whooping
Had
his
that
ass the whole time
had
towards the
that fight
latter
went the
rounds.
distance, I agree with Earl Spence. Bud would have been more criticized for that performance than he was praised. Even though I had him winning the fight without the knockout, I still thought he won the fight easy, 8 rounds to 4. But Benavidez was tricky throughout the fight, even in the later rounds. If you watch the fight, he still was landing some good shots. It's just he didn't have enough. He got complacent for 1 second, and Bud did just what he does. He sniped him right out. Even though there was only 10 seconds left, that's the thing about Bud Crawford. He's a sniper. He will snipe your ass out. If you get complacent for 1 second, that could mean the end. And he's done. You had seen that against Porter too, because Porter was fighting competitively with Bud Crawford, but he got a little bit sloppy, and then bang bang, down he went.
And
He
as
got up.
everybody describe Bud Powder, they be like, it's something else. They don't even have words for it. But Jared, it's 1 o'clock in the goddamn morning. You gotta get off the damn fire. I ain't married to you, Jared.
All right, well, look here. Let's hang it up. And no hard feelings.
No hard
We're
feelings,
on
Jared.
politics. We're on a different page
Now,
politically.
now,
But
now you got your you got your ground rules. Don't come in here with the politics. 'Cause I know who you are. You know who I am. I try to keep it out there. If people don't want to like you, but look, listen, I have every right, and Jared have every right for us to be hating each other to the point we can't even break bread to talk. He's a Republican. I'm not. I'm a Democrat. But it don't have to be like that, because I've said I was a Democrat before, and people actually got mad at me in the chat. It's nothing to get mad at. As you see, I talk to Jared all the time. I kind of been knew Jared was a Republican. I didn't bring it up. It don't matter. He a human being. I'm gonna talk to him. But we gonna have disagreements, and y'all know me. I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on my shit. I don't give a fuck. Y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. I respect everybody else, but you can't change me on certain things. You can't change me. And when I'm talking to younger people, no offense to young folks, I always say in my mind, I always ask myself, when you was that age, did you think that way? And sometimes, a lot of times, it'd be like, yeah. So then I just my feeling or my temperament turns to keep on living. That's all I can tell you. Keep on living. We'll see.
Right.
And that's how I maintain my composure and a somewhat decent temperament when I'm dealing with people who don't think like me and don't believe it's me, because you don't have to. That's why we're individuals. But that's all I'm gonna say, Jerry. We are out of here. I will see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna do predictions and everything. I will be looking at the fight, calling fight, whatever you want to call it, on Saturday. It's like we'll all be in each other's living rooms looking at the fight, but you know my avatar will be up. So do come and join and everything. Please, please, please hit the like, share, and subscribe. And the what you call it, me and Jerry ended on a good note. We ain't mad at
All
each
right,
other.
T.
Cool.
Good night.
Good night.